Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Abandoned Asylum. The rusted gates groaned a mournful protest as we forced them open, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness. A chilling wind, carrying the scent of decay and damp earth, swept through the skeletal remains of the Blackwood Asylum, its touch raising goosebumps on our arms despite the summer heat. We were three: Sarah, the pragmatic leader, armed with a high-powered flashlight and a healthy dose of skepticism; Mark, the tech expert, clutching his camcorder like a lifeline; and me, documenting everything in a worn notebook, my heart pounding a nervous rhythm against my ribs. The asylum, a sprawling Gothic monstrosity, had stood abandoned for decades, its once proud facade now crumbling and stained with the grime of time. Broken windows gaped like empty sockets, their panes long since shattered, allowing the wind to whistle through the empty chambers. The air hung heavy with the weight of untold stories, a palpable sense of dread clinging to the very stones. We moved cautiously, our flashlights cutting swaths through the oppressive darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper, shattered furniture, and the ghostly outlines of what were once beds. The silence was the most unsettling aspect. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of nature, but a suffocating silence, broken only by the creak of our footsteps and the rustle of our own clothes. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken horrors, a silence that seemed to press in on us, a suffocating blanket of unease. The air itself felt thick, laden with the residue of despair, suffering, and perhaps something far more sinister. We moved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, each turn revealing a new vista of decay. The walls, once painted a cheerful, if somewhat faded, yellow, were now stained with streaks of what looked suspiciously like blood. Or perhaps it was just rust, the cynical part of my mind whispered, but even that thought did little to alleviate the growing unease. We passed rooms filled with discarded medical equipment, rusty surgical instruments, chipped porcelain sinks, and decaying mattresses. In one room, we found a collection of medical charts, their ink faded and brittle with age. Sarah carefully examined a few, her brow furrowed in concentration. "The handwriting is atrocious," she muttered, "but I can make out some names, and some truly disturbing diagnoses." Mark, ever the pragmatist, zoomed in with his camera, capturing images of the charts. The details were scant: names, dates, and cryptic medical terms that hinted at unspeakable treatments, experiments that pushed the boundaries of human ethics. As we ventured further into the building's depths, the decay became more pronounced. Floors sagged under our weight, threatening to give way beneath our feet. The air grew colder, heavier, a chilling dampness clinging to our clothes. The whispers of the wind seemed to transform into something else, something almost vocal. I swear I could hear faint sobs and moans echoing from the deepest recesses of the building, sounds that seemed to burrow into my very bones. Then, in the heart of the building, in a small, forgotten storage room, Mark discovered it, a hidden camera, tucked away in a dusty corner, its lens clouded with years of neglect. It was an old model, its casing battered and tarnished, but seemingly intact. A small, almost imperceptible flicker of a green light hinted at the possibility of power. Mark, with the practiced skill of a seasoned technician, connected the camera to a small portable screen and power supply he carried in his bag. The screen flickered to life, revealing grainy, black and white footage. We huddled around the screen, our breath catching in our throats as the images unfolded. The footage was dated decades ago, the quality poor, but the content unmistakable. It showed a series of disturbing scenes: patients, their eyes vacant and their movements jerky and unnatural, being led down corridors by figures shrouded in shadows. We saw glimpses of experimentation, terrifying procedures performed with apparent brutality. The camera occasionally caught snippets of conversations, distorted and difficult to understand, but the tone was always cruel, detached, and chilling. The footage showed a level of depravity we could scarcely believe. The inmates were subjected to horrific psychological and physical torment, their cries often cut off abruptly. One particularly disturbing scene depicted a patient strapped to a table, a figure in a white coat performing some kind of invasive procedure. The screams were muffled but agonizingly audible. The image, distorted and flickering, faded to black abruptly. As we watched, the reality of the asylum's gruesome history sunk in. This wasn't just a dilapidated building, it was a repository of unspeakable horrors, a place where human suffering had been normalized, where cruelty and disregard for human life had been elevated to a perverse form of science. The footage didn't show everything, of course, leaving us to imagine the horrors that lay hidden in the darkness. The glimpses of the past were a chilling reminder of the atrocities that could be inflicted upon humanity, a stark reminder of our own capacity for cruelty. The footage ended abruptly, the screen going blank. The silence that followed was even more oppressive than before, broken only by our ragged breaths and the pounding of our hearts. We stared at the blank screen, struggling to process what we had witnessed. The images, the sounds, the sheer brutality of it all had left an indelible mark on our minds. The building itself seemed to hold its breath, its silence filled with the echoes of screams and the weight of untold suffering. We packed up our equipment, the sense of urgency palpable. We had witnessed something that was both profoundly disturbing and deeply unsettling. The experience had shaken us to our core. We didn't linger, didn't attempt to explore any further. The last thing we wanted was to become another faded image on a crumbling reel. We left the asylum behind, but the asylum, with its unsettling secrets, would forever remain etched in our memories. The journey back was a blur, punctuated by uneasy silences and the occasional hesitant words. We had expected to find decay and desolation, but we had discovered something far more sinister. The abandoned asylum was more than just a place. It was a living monument to human cruelty, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks within us all. And though we escaped with our lives, a part of us remained behind, trapped in the ghastly, unblinking gaze of the past, forever haunted by the echoes of the unseen horrors within those decaying walls. The silence of the asylum was not empty, it was filled with screams, filled with the residue of unimaginable suffering, a symphony of terror that continued long after we had left the premises, and would likely continue long after we were gone. The chilling footage, a testament to the unspeakable, would now become part of our own private nightmare, a haunting reminder of the depths of human depravity, a secret that we would carry with us, a chilling burden, long after we'd forgotten the path that had led us to that desolate, forgotten place. The discovery wasn't just about the asylum itself, it was a stark reminder of the shadows that linger, even in the brightest of days, a sobering reflection on the darkness that can reside within the human heart, a chilling truth that we could no longer ignore. The abandoned asylum was a grim reminder of our shared capacity for both great good and terrible evil. The official police report would only mention the discovery of an abandoned building, a place of little historical interest. But to us, it was a doorway to a terrifying past, a history whispered on the wind, a history etched in blood and sorrow. The footage would forever remain in our minds, a visceral, chilling reminder of the darkness that resides within humanity's heart, its echoes haunting our dreams, and making the simplest of sounds seem threatening and sinister. We'd carried a piece of that darkness with us. The silence of the abandoned asylum wasn't just a lack of sound. It was a suffocating presence, a heavy weight in the air, the weight of untold horrors. That silence continued to haunt us, a grim reminder of the mysteries and terrors that some places carry forever, a constant, heavy reminder that some doors are better left unopened. The grainy black and white images continued, each frame a chilling snapshot into the abyss of Blackwood Asylum's past. One moment, The screen showed a gaunt figure pacing endlessly in a sparsely furnished room, their whispers barely audible above the static, their movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette with severed strings. Their eyes, wide and vacant, held a depth of despair that sent shivers down our spines. The next, a group of patients, their faces obscured by shadows, shuffled in a silent, almost hypnotic procession down a long corridor, their limbs moving with an unsettling uniformity. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. We watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the camera captured snippets of what appeared to be therapy sessions. One scene depicted a patient strapped to a chair, their body contorted in a position of abject terror, while a figure in a white coat, their face unseen, spoke in low, monotonous tones. The patient's muffled sobs were punctuated by sharp, agonizing cries that seemed to claw at the very edges of our sanity. The footage wasn't clear enough to decipher the words, but the sheer terror radiating from the patient was palpable, even through the decades-old recording. Another scene showed a patient attempting to communicate, their hands frantically gesturing, their lips moving rapidly as if trying to speak a language no one could understand. Their desperation was heartbreaking, their silent pleas a chilling testament to their isolation and suffering. The camera operator seemed to be observing with a detached curiosity, a cold, clinical detachment that was far more disturbing than any overt act of cruelty. It was the indifference that chilled us to the bone. The camera operator's perspective shifted frequently, seemingly at random, capturing fleeting glimpses of other patients in various states of distress. One patient was curled into a fetal position in a corner, rocking gently back and forth, muttering incoherently to themselves. Another was staring blankly at a wall, their face a mask of vacant terror. Their eyes held a hollow emptiness that spoke volumes about the soul-crushing experiences they had endured within those walls. The footage was punctuated by periods of darkness, brief interruptions that only heightened the suspense. When the images returned, they were often more disturbing than before. One segment showed a patient violently thrashing against their restraints, their screams cut short by a sudden, jarring silence. Another showed a patient staring directly at the camera, their eyes blazing with a wild, desperate intensity before they were abruptly pulled away from the frame. The scenes were not simply disturbing, they were profoundly unsettling. They revealed a level of systematic cruelty that went beyond mere neglect. These weren't isolated incidents of abuse, this was a pattern, a systematic degradation of the human spirit, a carefully constructed nightmare designed to break the will of the inmates. The footage showed not just physical suffering, but a calculated erosion of their minds, a meticulous dismantling of their identities. As we watched, the weight of the asylum's history pressed down on us, heavy and suffocating. The building itself seemed to breathe, the silent walls whispering tales of untold suffering and unimaginable cruelty. The darkness that permeated the footage was not just the darkness of the abandoned building, it was the darkness of the human heart, a darkness that had been given free rein within those walls. One particularly disturbing sequence showed a series of experiments, the nature of which was unclear, but the results were horrifically apparent. Patients were subjected to what seemed to be electroshock therapy, their bodies convulsing violently as sparks flew from the archaic equipment. The camera focused on their contorted faces, their eyes rolling back in their heads, their bodies racked with pain and terror. The scenes were so graphic, so visceral, that they left a deep, unsettling mark on our psyches. Another scene captured a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure, presumably a doctor or attendant, injecting a patient with an unknown substance. The patient's reactions were immediate and violent, their body writhing uncontrollably as they let out a blood-curdling scream. The scene ended abruptly, the camera turning away as if the operator, too, was disturbed by what they had witnessed. Yet, the coldness of their initial detachment lingered in the air. The footage wasn't simply a record of events, It was a chilling portrayal of the dehumanization of individuals, a stark reminder of the potential for cruelty that resides within humanity. It was a window into a world of despair, a world where suffering was not merely tolerated, but systematically inflicted. The patients were not merely victims, they were subjects, tools in a horrifying experiment, their humanity stripped away piece by piece. We watched, silent and horrified, as the grainy images unfolded, each frame a testament to the systematic cruelty that had once taken place within those walls. The scenes were fragmented, the narrative disjointed, yet the overall message was clear. Blackwood Asylum wasn't merely a place of confinement, it was a chamber of horrors. The footage ended with the same abruptness as it had begun, leaving us gasping for breath, our hearts pounding in our chests. The silence that followed was heavier than before, a suffocating blanket of unspoken terrors. We sat in stunned silence, the images still burned into our retinas, the echoes of the patient's cries still ringing in our ears. The screen remained blank, a stark white rectangle that seemed to amplify the darkness that had enveloped us. We knew then that we had witnessed something truly horrific, something that would forever haunt our memories. The asylum's silence, once a chilling mystery, now held a deeper, more sinister meaning. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the echo of screams, the reverberation of suffering that continued to resonate within those decaying walls long after the patients were gone. It was a silence filled with the ghosts of the past, a silence that spoke volumes of the unspeakable horrors that had taken place within its confines. The camera remained in our hands, a physical manifestation of the horrors we'd witnessed, a tangible reminder of the darkness that lurked within the abandoned asylum's shadows. The weight of what we'd seen felt oppressive, heavy as the humid air pressing against our skin. The fear wasn't just about the unseen, it was the searing memory of the seen, the vivid images seared into our memories, impossible to ignore, impossible to erase. We left the asylum under the fading light of the setting sun, carrying with us not just the physical weight of the equipment, but also the far heavier burden of those silenced screams, the haunting images of those broken souls, a chilling testament to the depths of human cruelty. The silence of the asylum followed us, clinging to us like a shroud, its weight a constant, unwelcome companion. The abandoned asylum had become more than just a place. It was a scar on our collective consciousness, a testament to the dark secrets that history can so easily bury, but which, through chance, can sometimes rise again from the depths to haunt the living. The lingering silence was not empty, it was a reminder of the unseen horrors, echoing in the darkness, forever a chilling soundtrack to our memories. The camera's jerky movements settled on a new scene, the grainy quality intensifying the unsettling nature of the footage. This time, the setting appeared to be a sterile, dimly lit laboratory, starkly contrasting with the decaying wards we had previously witnessed. Metallic instruments glinted faintly under the weak light, their reflections shimmering like malevolent eyes. A figure, cloaked in a long white coat, their face obscured by shadows, moved with a deliberate, almost ritualistic precision. They were hunched over a table, where a patient, strapped to a gurney, lay still. Their skin was pallid, almost translucent, and their breathing shallow, barely perceptible. The camera zoomed in, the image pixelating, making it difficult to discern details, yet amplifying the sense of unease. The figure in white began to manipulate a complex array of dials and switches, the faint hum of machinery filling the silence. A series of sparks erupted from the equipment, illuminating the patient's face for a fleeting moment. Their eyes, wide and vacant, stared blankly ahead, devoid of any emotion or recognition. A low, guttural hum resonated through the room, growing in intensity as the figure continued their manipulations. The patient's body began to twitch, then convulse violently. Their limbs flailed uncontrollably, their cries muffled by the restraints, yet their agony was palpable, a silent scream captured in the flickering frames. The image blurred as the camera shook, as if the operator, too, was overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before them. The footage abruptly cuts, leaving the viewer suspended in a state of horrified anticipation. The next scene was even more disturbing. It showed a series of close-ups of patients undergoing various procedures. One patient's skull was shaved, their scalp gleaming under the harsh light. Electrodes were attached to their head, and the figure in white, again their face hidden in shadow, was preparing another shock. There was no indication of any anesthetic, no hint of compassion. The scene was devoid of any empathy, highlighting the callous indifference that characterized these experiments. Another patient was hooked up to an IV drip, an opaque liquid flowing into their veins. Their skin was stained with bruises, their eyes clouded with a vacant stare. They lay motionless, their body a canvas of suffering. The camera lingered on the patient's face, revealing the subtle shifts in their expression, a flicker of fear, a moment of disorientation, a final surrender to oblivion. The following scenes were a chaotic montage of brief, disturbing snippets. Patients undergoing experimental surgeries, their bodies contorted in unnatural positions, others subjected to some form of sensory deprivation, their faces expressing profound distress, and others exhibiting bizarre symptoms, their bodies exhibiting strange tremors and uncontrollable spasms. The footage was jarring, disorienting, and profoundly unsettling. It was a visual symphony of pain and suffering, a harrowing testament to the extent of the asylum's depravity. The images were interspersed with moments of inexplicable silence, punctuated by the rhythmic whirring of unseen machinery. The silence itself became a tool of terror, amplifying the viewer's sense of dread and anticipation. Each brief blackout, each sudden cut, heightened the tension, leaving the viewer breathless and on edge. The camera operator, whoever they were, seemed intent on documenting every aspect of these experiments, focusing on the details of the instruments, the reactions of the patients, and the impassive demeanor of the figure in the white coat. This detached observation only amplified the horror, transforming the footage into a chilling record of systematic cruelty. As we watched, a pattern began to emerge. The patients appeared to be selected based on their perceived vulnerabilities or mental states. They were not just patients, they were subjects, their bodies and minds subjected to unspeakable horrors in the name of science. The experiments seemed designed not to cure or heal, but to break, to control, and ultimately, to destroy. The experiments were not isolated incidents. They appeared to be part of a larger, more sinister project, a deliberate effort to push the boundaries of human endurance. The footage suggested a level of systematic cruelty rarely seen, even in the darkest corners of history. It was a chilling glimpse into a world where human life held no value, where suffering was not only tolerated but celebrated. The footage did not offer any explanations or context. There were no labels or identifiers, no indication of the purpose of these experiments, or the identities of the people involved. This absence of information only intensified the mystery, transforming the footage into a haunting puzzle, the pieces of which refused to fit together. The experiments seemed random, yet there was a terrifying coherence to their barbarity. They were not merely acts of sadism, but rather a carefully orchestrated series of tests designed to probe the limits of human resilience, pushing patients to their breaking point. The footage was not just a record of events, it was a testament to the depths of human cruelty. The systematic nature of the experiments pointed towards a carefully orchestrated plan, a grand design of suffering, a chilling experiment in the destruction of the human spirit. One particularly disturbing sequence showed a patient strapped to a chair, their eyes wide and bloodshot, their body trembling uncontrollably. The figure in white inserted a needle into their arm, injecting a clear, viscous fluid. The patient's reaction was immediate and violent. Their body arched, their limbs flailing wildly, their screams echoing through the laboratory. The camera shook violently, as if the operator was struggling to maintain their composure. The image faded to black, leaving the viewer with a lingering sense of horror. The final scene showed the laboratory empty, the equipment lying idle, the gurney still stained with blood. A sense of profound emptiness filled the screen, a void that mirrored the emotional wasteland left behind by the experiments. The camera lingered on the scene for a long moment, before fading to black. The silence that followed was even more disturbing than the chaos that had preceded it. The abrupt end left us reeling, the images seared into our memories, the weight of the experiments pressing down on us. We sat in stunned silence, the horrific scenes replaying in our minds, each frame a chilling reminder of the horrors that had once transpired within those walls. The abandoned asylum was more than just a building. It was a monument to human cruelty, a testament to the dark side of human nature. The experiments were not just scientific misadventures, they were a symbol of the dehumanization of individuals, a terrifying demonstration of the capacity for evil that resides within the human heart. The silence of the asylum was not just an absence of sound, but a deafening roar of unspoken suffering. The ghosts of the patients echoed in the empty chambers, their cries a testament to the horrors they endured. We left the asylum with the chilling memories seared into our souls, the image of the experiments and its cold systematic cruelty following us like a shadow, a constant reminder of the darkness hidden in the world, a darkness we had inadvertently uncovered and forever etched into our collective consciousness. The abandoned asylum stood as a silent testament to the unspeakable horrors that humanity is capable of. The camera, still seemingly operating autonomously, drifted through a darkened corridor. The flickering light of a distant emergency exit cast long, dancing shadows that writhed and pulsed like living things. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something acrid and subtly metallic, like blood mixed with ozone. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional groan of the building settling under its own weight, a sound that felt less like structural strain and more like a deep, shuddering breath. Then, a whisper. Not a sound picked up by the microphone, but a sensation, a feeling that permeated the very pixels of the recording. A cold breath on the back of the neck, a prickling unease that settled deep in the gut. The camera, inexplicably, zoomed in on a cracked wall, focusing on a seemingly insignificant detail, a small, almost imperceptible scratch in the paint, shaped like a claw mark. The scratch pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence, a sickly green glow that seemed to ripple outwards, spreading like a stain across the wall. The camera lingered, captivated, as the glow intensified, spreading until it consumed the entire frame. Then, abruptly, the image went black. The darkness lingered for what felt like an eternity. Then, the camera flickered back to life, displaying a distorted image of a ward, the same sterile room from previous segments, but something was profoundly different. The air seemed to shimmer, the walls pulsed with the faintest of vibrations, and an unnatural chill emanated from the screen, despite the warmth of the room where the original recording was likely made. This time, the patients were not still. They were moving, but not in the way human beings move. Their limbs contorted at impossible angles, their bodies twisting and stretching like rubber dolls in the grip of unseen forces. Their faces were contorted into masks of silent agony, their eyes wide and vacant, staring into some unseen horror. The movement was slow, deliberate, and yet unsettlingly fluid, almost graceful in its unnaturalness. It was as if the very fabric of their bodies was being manipulated, stretched, and molded by some external force. And it wasn't just their physical forms, their movements seemed to be coordinated, choreographed in some ghastly dance of torment. The camera moved slowly, as if drawn by some unseen force, closer to the figures. The quality of the image deteriorated, becoming grainy and indistinct, but the details were unmistakable. The patients were not just moving, they were merging, their forms blurring and coalescing into a single, amorphous mass that writhed and pulsed with a sickening, internal light. The camera zoomed closer until the image was a chaotic blend of flesh and shadow, limbs and organs twisting together in a grotesque, pulsating mass. The sounds were equally disturbing, a low, guttural hum, mixed with gurgles, whispers, and the chilling scrape of bone on bone. A sound like something immense, something ancient, and something terribly hungry, was stirring. A single, skeletal hand, elongated and impossibly thin, reached out from the mass, its fingers clawing at the air. The camera moved backward, seemingly in terror, as the hand reached closer, growing larger until it filled the entire frame. Then, darkness. The next series of images were fragmented, disjointed snippets of what appeared to be the entity's influence seeping into the surrounding environment. A reflection in a broken mirror transformed into a fleeting glimpse of a grotesque face, all angles and shadows. A shadow stretched and contorted, seemingly gaining sentience. The metallic instruments in the laboratory vibrated violently, humming with a discordant energy that appeared to feed off the patient's suffering. The camera showed glimpses of what might have been the entity itself, fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows that moved too quickly, too smoothly for any natural explanation. These moments were punctuated by long stretches of static, the blank screen heightening the sense of dread. The silence between the bursts of visual chaos was the most terrifying aspect. It wasn't empty, it felt thick, heavy, suffocating. It was the silence of a predator waiting, the silence that preceded the strike. The absence of sound was more disturbing than any scream, any groan, or any shriek. It suggested a malevolence so vast it transcended the limitations of audible communication. One particularly disturbing sequence showed the camera focused on a single, empty chair in a ward. The camera remained still, seemingly observing nothing, but the atmosphere crackled with an unseen energy. The air around the chair shimmered faintly, the shadows writhing as if something was struggling to manifest. Then, a voice, barely audible, a rasping whisper that seemed to emanate from the chair itself, filled the recording. The whispered words were indecipherable, but the tone was bone-chilling. It was a sound of pure malevolence, a voice devoid of empathy, of reason, or even basic humanity. A voice that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. The camera shook violently, as if overwhelmed by the sheer malevolence emanating from the seemingly empty chair. After a period of static, the recording showed the camera swaying wildly, seemingly in panic. The footage was violently shaky, with distorted glimpses of the entity partially revealed, a grotesque mass of shadows and pulsating flesh, with elongated limbs ending in clawed hands that snaked across the floor. The sounds were horrific, a cacophony of whispers, guttural growls, and the sickening squelch of flesh against concrete. The camera abruptly shut off, leaving only the stark, unsettling silence of the recording. The absence of sound was more terrifying than any of the preceding horrors. It left the viewer suspended in a state of heightened dread, uncertain of what had transpired and what might still be lurking in the darkness. The final image was a single frame of static, a blizzard of white noise, but within the static, if one looked carefully, one could discern a fleeting image, a single, malevolent eye, burning with an unnatural light, staring directly at the camera, or rather, at the viewer. Then, complete silence. The recording ended, leaving behind a chilling sense of unease and a profound understanding that some things are better left undisturbed. The entity's presence lingered, a cold shadow that seeped into the very fabric of reality, a reminder of the horrors that lie beyond the veil of human understanding. A malevolent force that continues to exist in the realm between the seen and the unseen. The abandoned asylum had offered glimpses, fragmented and terrifying, of an entity far older and far more sinister than mere human cruelty. The true horrors of the place transcended the sadistic experiments and touched upon a cosmic dread, a realm of darkness that lay beyond comprehension. The footage was a testament not just to human depravity but to the insidious presence of something ancient, something evil that resided within the asylum's crumbling walls, something that fed on the fear and suffering it engendered, a terrifying testament to the unseen horrors that lurk just beyond our perception, waiting to claim their next victims. The last frame of the recording, that malevolent eye burning in the static, lingered in my mind, a horrifying afterimage. I rewound the footage, scrutinizing each frame, searching for any clue, any hint of what we had witnessed. There was nothing more, only the stark, unsettling silence of the end. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a subtle shift in the static, a barely perceptible change in the pattern of the white noise, just before the final, all-consuming darkness. Enlarged, it resembled a fleeting glimpse of a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of shadows and light, almost as if a doorway had briefly opened and then slammed shut. My heart hammered against my ribs. It felt as if the entity itself was still somehow present, a lingering chill in the air, a phantom touch on the back of my neck. The experience had been profoundly unsettling, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease and a profound unease that went beyond simple fear. It was a primal dread, an instinctual understanding that something ancient and malevolent had been glimpsed, something that should never have been disturbed. The adrenaline of discovery quickly morphed into the chilling reality of our situation. We were still trapped inside the abandoned asylum, the entity's presence a palpable threat. We needed to escape. Our immediate surroundings were plunged into near-total darkness. The camera's battery was nearing depletion, its low-power warning flashing intermittently, a constant, throbbing reminder of our dwindling resources. The only illumination came from the flickering emergency lights, which cast our shadows into grotesque, distorted shapes on the walls. Each groan of the building, each whisper of wind seemed to amplify our fear, transforming the ordinary into something sinister. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing eerily through the desolate corridors. Every rustle, every creak, sent shivers down our spines. The silence, when it came, was far worse than any sound. It pressed down on us, a suffocating blanket of dread. We felt its gaze upon us, its presence felt even in the dark. We stumbled through a maze of dilapidated wards, each room a testament to the asylum's grim history. We saw more evidence of the entity's influence, claw marks etched into the walls, strange symbols scrawled in what looked like dried blood, the lingering scent of ozone and decay. One room, seemingly untouched by the decay of time, was filled with strange, metallic instruments, many of which were still connected to power sources, humming with a low, discordant energy. Our escape was a desperate dash through shadowy corridors, over crumbling floorboards, and past peeling walls. The faint, almost imperceptible vibrations that had been subtly present in the earlier recordings intensified to a palpable trembling of the asylum's very foundations. The air grew heavy, thick with the sensation of being watched, of being stalked. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence. It wasn't a human scream, it was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony, a guttural shriek that resonated deep within our bones. We spun around, our hearts pounding, expecting to see the entity emerge from the shadows. Instead, there was only darkness, only the unsettling silence that followed, which was far more disturbing. We continued to run, ignoring the pain in our aching limbs, the pounding of our hearts, and the rising terror in our souls. The sounds of pursuit started subtly, a low, guttural hum that vibrated through the floor, and then the sound of something large and heavy dragging itself across the concrete. Then, it was close, very close. The entity's presence became undeniable. We could feel its gaze, see its fleeting shadows in our peripheral vision, even smell the acrid odor of decay and ozone that seemed to follow it. The camera's image flickered and distorted, mirroring the disorienting reality of our situation. The chase became a desperate game of cat and mouse, with us as the prey, the entity an unseen hunter moving with impossible speed and grace. It slipped through walls, navigated impossible angles, its presence a dark tide washing over us, and its movements defying the limitations of ordinary physics. We caught glimpses of it in the periphery, grotesque extensions of flesh and shadow, clawed hands reaching for us, eyes burning with a cold fire. We burst through a heavy oak door, narrowly escaping into a larger, more open space. The air was slightly clearer, less dense with the malevolent energy of the entity's presence, giving us a brief respite to catch our breath. But the respite was short-lived. The camera's battery started blinking its final warning. The low light made the decaying surroundings appear even more horrific. The faint sounds of pursuit were growing louder, and we could now hear the distinct scrape of claws against concrete. The entity was closing in. We raced towards what appeared to be an exterior wall, smashing through a decaying window frame. The sharp splinters of glass cut our hands, but the pain was secondary to the urgency of our escape. We tumbled out into the night, falling onto the cold, damp ground. The air was crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the fetid atmosphere of the asylum. We scrambled to our feet, running blindly into the darkness. We didn't dare to look back. We didn't need to. The entity's presence still hung in the air, a palpable weight. We ran until our lungs burned, our legs ached, and we were close to collapse. We finally stumbled upon a road, collapsing in exhaustion as far away from the looming silhouette of the abandoned asylum as possible. We watched as the last flickers of the camera's battery faded to black, leaving behind the terrifying silence of the night and the indelible horrors etched into our minds. The escape had been achieved, but the memory of the abandoned asylum, the malevolent entity within its walls, and the profound dread it engendered would remain a terrifying reminder of what lies hidden in the darkest corners of the world, and some things should be left undisturbed. The recording ends, but the fear continues. Story 2: The Haunted Mine. The air hung heavy and still, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling. Headlamps cut twin swaths through the inky blackness of the mine shaft, illuminating the rough-hewn walls slick with moisture. Water dripped incessantly, each drop echoing in the oppressive silence, a counterpoint to the rhythmic clang of our boots on the metal ladder. We were four: myself, Mark, Ben, and Sarah. Each of us carried a GoPro, our chosen weapons against the encroaching darkness, our only hope of documenting, and perhaps escaping, whatever awaited us in the depths. The mine, they said, was cursed. Locals whispered tales of miners lost to the earth, swallowed whole by the mountain, their screams swallowed by the echoing silence of the tunnels. Naturally, this only fueled our morbid curiosity. We'd researched the mine's history, pored over faded maps, and ignored the warnings. This was more than just an exploration, it was an obsession, a desperate need to confront the unknown, to stare into the abyss and somehow, impossibly, emerge unscathed. The ladder seemed endless, a metal serpent winding down into the bowels of the earth. Each rung was cold and damp, clinging to our hands like a reluctant lover. The air grew colder with each descending foot, a palpable shift in temperature that sent a shiver down my spine. The silence pressed in, broken only by the occasional scrape of metal on metal, the rhythmic thump of our hearts, and the sporadic drip, drip, drip of water. It was a silence so profound, so complete, it felt almost alive. It pressed against our ears, filling our minds, a relentless weight that threatened to crush us. After what seemed like an eternity, the ladder ended, depositing us onto a narrow, uneven ledge. The air here was even colder, the humidity clinging to us like a shroud. Our headlamps cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched before us, disappearing into the impenetrable blackness beyond. The walls were slick with moisture, scarred with the tracks of time and the relentless advance of nature. Rusted machinery lay scattered about, relics of a bygone era, silent witnesses to the mine's dark history. The air here was different, not just colder and damper, but heavier, carrying a strange metallic tang and the faint, almost imperceptible scent of decay. We moved forward cautiously, our boots crunching on loose gravel and shale. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for us to walk abreast. We had to maintain close proximity so we could assist each other in case of an incident. The silence continued, pressing down on us, amplifying our every heartbeat, each shallow breath. The only sound, besides our own movement, was the occasional drip of water and the faint, unsettling creak of the mine itself, as if the mountain was breathing, slowly exhaling its ancient secrets. The GoPro footage, from several points of view, captured the journey with chilling clarity. The narrow tunnels, the damp walls, the rusted machinery, these things served as a visual record of our descent into what felt like a living tomb. The footage of Ben's GoPro, in particular, caught a disturbing detail, a fleeting shadow that seemed to move independently of us, flitting across the tunnel walls in the periphery of his vision. When it was played in slow motion, the shadow seemed vaguely humanoid, an unnaturally swift shape that suggested something far beyond a natural phenomenon. As we progressed deeper into the mine, the air grew colder, the silence more profound. The temperature plummeted to what felt like near freezing, and a bone-chilling dampness permeated our clothing. Our breaths appeared as ghostly clouds in the beam of our headlamps, and the GoPro lenses began to fog, obscuring the already limited view. The air was now thick with the smell of damp earth, but under it, a new odor emerged, a metallic tang mixed with something else, something acrid and faintly sweet, like decaying blood. We passed through several large chambers, each filled with the remnants of the mine's past. Collapsed support beams lay scattered like fallen giants, and rusted machinery stood as silent sentinels in the darkness. The walls were scarred with countless scratches and gouges, evidence of years of relentless toil and the unforgiving nature of the mountain itself. In one chamber, we found the remains of a miner's lamp, its glass shattered, its metal corroded by time and moisture. The sight evoked a chilling sense of history, a stark reminder of the lives lost within these unforgiving tunnels. In another chamber, we found something far more unsettling. Scrawled on one of the walls, in what appeared to be dried blood, were strange symbols, glyphs that seemed both ancient and disturbingly modern. They pulsed faintly under our headlamps, seeming to glow with an inner light. Sarah, who was studying ancient symbols, was stunned by the complexity of the marks, and her face pale with fear. The implications of these findings were horrifying, yet enthralling. We pressed on, driven by a mixture of fear and fascination. The further we descended, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The silence was broken only by the occasional drip of water and the creak of the mine itself, sounds that seemed to pulse with a malevolent rhythm. The air grew colder, the darkness deeper, and our sense of unease amplified to an overwhelming dread. We were no longer just exploring a mine, we were entering a realm of pure horror. The GoPro footage recorded our descent, but it also captured something more. Strange noises began to emerge on the recordings, low, guttural growls that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the mine. Subtle changes in temperature, captured on Ben's thermal imaging camera, pointed to unknown, unseen movements within the tunnels. There was a constant sense of being watched, of being followed, as if something was lurking just beyond the reach of our headlamps, testing the boundaries of our exploration, and pushing us closer to a dark destiny. The atmosphere was so thick with dread, it felt suffocating. We were trapped, alone in the suffocating embrace of the earth, with no clear way out. The journey seemed endless, with each turn leading to further despair. As we walked, the sensation of being watched intensified. The unsettling growls intensified, becoming more frequent, more menacing. Something was out there, and it was aware of us, and coming closer to claim what was rightfully ours. The battery on my GoPro was rapidly depleting, the low battery warning flashing on the screen. Time was running out. We pressed on, desperate to find the rumored exit, a distant hope that seemed to recede the more we continued. The growls grew louder, echoing off the cold stone walls, a symphony of terror that resonated within our very bones. Panic gnawed at us, but the grim determination to see this through was stronger. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the tunnels. A section of the tunnel wall collapsed just in front of us, revealing an even more profound and unsettling darkness within. We found ourselves staring at an almost bottomless chasm, a silent maw that seemed to swallow the light from our headlamps. And then, we heard it, a sound that defies description, a guttural roar of pure malice, something ancient and inhuman, emanating from the darkness below. Our hearts pounded, our breaths caught in our throats. The horror we had encountered thus far, the strange shadows, the disturbing symbols, the unearthly growls, all of this was mere prelude to the true terror that lay before us, waiting to drag us down into the depths of the earth. The recordings ended abruptly. The air grew noticeably colder, the temperature dropping several degrees in a matter of minutes. It wasn't just the usual chill of the mine. This was a penetrating cold that seeped into our bones, a stark contrast to the relatively stable temperature we'd experienced earlier. Our breath plumed out in thick, white clouds, momentarily obscuring our vision before dissipating into the damp air. The GoPros, already struggling with the humidity, began to fog even more severely, their lenses blurring the already limited view. Then, the noises started. At first, it was subtle, a low, almost imperceptible hum that resonated deep within the earth. It wasn't a sound we could pinpoint. It seemed to emanate from the very structure of the mine itself, vibrating through the ground and up into our bodies. It was a sound that resonated in our chests, a physical sensation more than an auditory one. The hum intensified, growing stronger, more persistent, until it was a constant, throbbing pulse that permeated the oppressive silence. Simultaneously, a series of strange clicks and scrapes began to punctuate the hum. They were faint at first, like the sounds of shifting rocks, or the distant grinding of metal. But as we progressed deeper, they grew louder, more frequent, more unnerving. They seemed to be coming from all around us, from the walls, from above, from below, making it impossible to determine their source. It felt as if the mine itself was alive, groaning and shifting around us, its ancient timbers protesting against our intrusion. Mark, ever the skeptic, attributed the sounds to natural shifts in the earth, the settling of the mine's structure. But Ben, whose knowledge of geology and mining was far more extensive, was increasingly unnerved. He claimed the sounds were unlike anything he'd ever heard before, too rhythmic, too purposeful, too intentional. His GoPro footage, reviewed later, revealed strange, flickering shadows in the periphery, accompanying the strange clicks and scrapes. These shadows, too fast for the naked eye to perceive, were only visible when the footage was slowed significantly. They seemed vaguely humanoid, darting and flitting across the walls and ceiling, as if something was watching us from unseen vantage points. Sarah, despite her initial unease, attempted to remain calm, focusing on documenting our findings. Her expertise in ancient symbology, however, was increasingly overshadowed by a palpable fear. She noted the increasing frequency of the humming sound resonated precisely with the rhythmic pulsing of the symbols we discovered earlier, a horrifying correlation that left us speechless and terrified. She whispered that the symbols appeared to be changing, evolving before their very eyes, the strokes subtly morphing into new and even more disturbing configurations. The temperature continued to plummet, reaching a point where our fingers and toes were numb with cold. The humidity, which had been oppressive earlier, now felt strangely absent, replaced by a bone-chilling dryness that clung to us like a shroud. The air itself felt different, heavier, thicker, as if the very atmosphere were pressing down on us, suffocating us with its weight. We were breathing hard now, our breaths visible as ghostly white plumes that dissipated almost immediately into the frigid air. We pressed on, driven by a mixture of morbid curiosity and a desperate need to escape. The mine seemed to stretch endlessly before us, a maze of twisting tunnels and echoing chambers. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming almost palpable. We could sense it, the unseen presence, moving in the shadows, lurking just beyond the reach of our headlamps. The strange clicks and scrapes continued, punctuated by the unsettling hum that pulsed within the very fabric of the mine. At one point, we passed through a chamber where the air felt distinctly colder, more stagnant, thick with an almost palpable sense of dread. The walls of this chamber were covered in a layer of fine, black dust, which seemed to writhe and shift in the beam of our headlamps. Ben's thermal camera picked up something truly disturbing, a series of intermittent heat signatures that moved independently of us. These signatures were faint, almost imperceptible, but they were definitely present, indicating the presence of something warm-blooded, something large, moving in the darkness around us. They appeared to follow us, their movements synchronized with the strange noises, as if the unseen entities were playing a macabre game of cat and mouse, drawing us deeper into the heart of the mine. As we continued deeper, the GoPros began to malfunction. First, my own camera began to flicker and stutter, its lens momentarily blanking out before restarting, creating a jumpy, disorienting effect on the footage. Then, Sarah's camera started emitting a high-pitched whine, the image becoming distorted and filled with static. Finally, Ben's camera completely failed, going dark, though the thermal imaging continued to display the disturbing heat signatures. Mark's camera seemed to withstand the conditions better. It displayed a clearer vision of what was happening. The battery on my GoPro was almost depleted, the low battery warning a stark reminder of our dwindling time. Panic began to set in, but it was quickly overridden by a primal fear. We encountered more of the same strange markings on the walls, but this time, the symbols seemed more aggressive, almost violent in their depiction. We couldn't understand what they represented, but the unsettling feeling emanating from them was unmistakable. We came across a large cavern, its size dwarfing the narrower tunnels we had traversed. In the center of this cavern, bathed in the eerie glow of our headlamps, was a large, circular altar-like structure made of rough-hewn stone. On this altar lay several crudely carved human figures, their faces distorted in expressions of unimaginable agony. Their limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, their bodies marred by deep, gouging wounds. The scene was horrifying, a gruesome testament to the mine's dark history. A chill ran through us, an icy wave of revulsion that washed over us and left us breathless. Just as we attempted to capture the details, a sound unlike anything we had heard before echoed through the cavern, a low, guttural growl that resonated deep within our bones, shaking us to our very core. It was a sound that spoke of ancient malice, of primordial evil, a sound that could only have originated from something utterly inhuman. The ground beneath our feet trembled, and the air crackled with an unnatural energy. The walls of the cavern seemed to pulsate, the shadows dancing and shifting, as if something immense was stirring within the earth, preparing to unleash its wrath. The last image captured by my GoPro before the battery died showed a colossal shadowy figure emerging from the darkness at the far end of the cavern. It was too large, too amorphous to be human, a hulking, monstrous presence that filled the cavern with an oppressive sense of dread. The growl intensified, transforming into a deafening roar that tore through the air, a terrifying symphony of pure evil. Then, darkness. The recording ended. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb even the faintest glimmer of our headlamps. The roar, still echoing in our ears, felt less like a sound and more like a physical force, vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. We stood frozen, paralyzed by a fear so profound it transcended reason. The air hung heavy, thick with an unnatural energy that crackled on our skin like static electricity. For a long moment, there was only silence, punctuated by the rapid pounding of our hearts. Then, a new sound emerged, a low, rhythmic scraping, as if something immense was dragging itself across the cavern floor. The sound was slow, deliberate, accompanied by the occasional grinding of stone, the unsettling rasp of something unnatural. We dared not move, our senses straining to perceive anything in the oppressive darkness. The thermal imaging on Ben's defunct GoPro, miraculously still powered, flickered to life. A gigantic heat signature now filled the screen, a vast, amorphous blob that dwarfed even the cavern itself. It was moving, slowly, inexorably, towards us. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a creature, this was something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. It felt like a force of nature, a geological anomaly given sentience, a manifestation of the mind's own malevolent spirit. The heat signature pulsed, its intensity fluctuating, like a heartbeat magnified 1,000 times. Then, faint whispers began to drift from the darkness, barely audible at first, like the rustling of leaves in a distant forest. But as they grew louder, we realized they were words, distorted and unintelligible, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. They were harsh, guttural sounds, punctuated by high-pitched screams that sent shivers down our spines. The whispers seemed to weave themselves into the rhythmic scraping sound, creating a horrifying symphony of dread. The whispers gradually coalesced into distinct phrases, chilling fragments of what sounded like a forgotten tongue. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, frantically scribbled notes on a waterproof notepad, her hand shaking uncontrollably. She muttered words like obsidian, sacrifice, and abyssal, her voice barely a whisper. These words, and their strange context, fueled the terror. They hinted at a ritual, a dark and ancient practice that seemed to be inextricably linked to the creature lurking in the darkness. Mark, despite his initial skepticism, was now clearly terrified. His face was a mask of horror, his eyes wide with a stark terror that mirrored our own. He stumbled back, knocking against a loose stone that tumbled into the abyss with a bone-chilling thud. The reverberations of that fall were deafening. The silence that followed was heavier than the silence before. Ben, despite the failure of his GoPro, his thermal camera still functioning, was completely silent, his eyes fixed on the heat signature steadily approaching us. He was clearly contemplating our possible escape routes, while the immense heat signature filled the camera's display. The scraping sound intensified, accompanied by a low, guttural growling that seemed to originate from deep within the earth itself. The ground beneath our feet trembled violently, sending tremors through our bodies. Dust rained down from the cavern ceiling, a fine black powder that coated our clothes and hair, a dust that felt strangely warm to the touch, almost as if it was imbued with an unnatural energy. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye. From the edge of the cavern, something emerged, not from the darkness, but from the very walls themselves, as if it had been an integral part of the rock structure all along. It was vaguely humanoid, tall and slender, but impossibly elongated, its limbs impossibly long and thin, ending in hands and feet that were more like claws. Its skin was a sickly, grayish-white, and its head was long and narrow, topped with a crown of twisted horns that seemed to writhe and pulse with a malevolent light. This entity, this horror, moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs unfolding in ways that defied the laws of human anatomy. Its eyes were empty sockets, two pits of absolute darkness that seemed to pierce through our very souls. It seemed to glide across the cavern floor, leaving no trace, as if floating on air. Its face lacked any features other than those empty sockets and the strange, pulsating horns. The scraping intensified, the sound becoming a deafening cacophony of stone grinding against stone. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to be pushing something, dragging something heavy across the cavern floor. The thermal imaging on Ben's camera showed the heat signature shifting, evolving, transforming into something monstrously large. We were trapped. There was no escape. The creature approached slowly, its movements deliberate, almost ritualistic. It did not rush, it savored our terror. It was as if it was toying with us, prolonging our agony. It reached out its clawed hand, its slender fingers extending towards us with an unnatural speed. They closed around the thermal camera, crushing it. Darkness fell again, and an awful quiet reigned. Then, there was only the echoing of our own breaths, the sounds of our hearts beating a frantic rhythm against our ribs, the growing awareness of our impending doom. The only remaining sense was that of waiting, of the inescapable truth of our helpless vulnerability. The last remaining power of the GoPro was gone. The last record was gone. The mind, it seemed, had claimed us. The creature's touch on the GoPro was not simply destructive, it was a silencing. The darkness that followed the camera's demise wasn't just the absence of light, it was the absence of hope. It was a palpable thing, heavy and suffocating, pressing down on us with the weight of centuries. The whispers ceased, replaced by a chilling stillness that amplified the frantic drumming of our hearts in our ears. Then, a low growl resonated through the cavern, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. It vibrated in our bones, a primal fear that bypassed our conscious minds and burrowed directly into our souls. The ground trembled again, more violently this time, causing small rocks and dust to rain down on us, coating our exposed skin in a fine layer of cold, black powder. It was as if the mine itself was groaning under some immense, unbearable weight. A new sound joined the growing cacophony, a dragging, scraping sound that intensified, louder now, closer now. It was the sound of something enormous being hauled across the cavern floor, a sound that spoke of immense power and unimaginable strength. It was a sound that ripped at the fabric of our sanity, driving us further into the grip of terror. Panic, raw and untamed, threatened to overwhelm us. Mark, his face contorted in a mask of pure terror, whimpered, a pathetic sound swallowed by the vastness of the cavern. Sarah, her face ashen, stumbled back, her eyes darting wildly in the suffocating darkness. Her earlier attempts at decipherment of the whispers seemed insignificant now, lost in the face of immediate and tangible danger. I gripped my own flashlight tighter, its feeble beam doing little to pierce the oppressive darkness. The fear was no longer a simple dread, it had transformed into a suffocating presence, a tangible entity that pressed down on us, seeking to crush us beneath its immense weight. The growls grew louder, closer. The dragging sound intensified, accompanied by a series of bone-jarring impacts that seemed to echo in our very skulls. It felt as though the very structure of the mine was disintegrating around us, collapsing under the pressure of whatever force was moving through it. Then, through the darkness, I saw it. A flash of movement, barely perceptible at first, a ripple in the darkness. Then it solidified, a hulking, monstrous shape, larger than any human could possibly be. It was vaguely humanoid, but its proportions were grotesquely distorted. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, ending in clawed hands that seemed capable of tearing flesh and bone with ease. Its skin was a pallid gray, like decomposing flesh, and its body seemed to writhe and shift, as if made of some viscous, organic material. It moved with a sickening grace, a fluidity that defied gravity, gliding across the cavern floor as if it were not bound by the laws of physics. Its head was elongated, a grotesque parody of a human skull, adorned with a crown of twisting, pulsating horns that glowed with an internal light, an eerie bioluminescence that illuminated its features in gruesome detail. But most horrifying of all were its eyes, two empty sockets, bottomless pits of absolute darkness that seemed to draw our souls towards them. It dragged something behind it, a massive, shapeless form that bumped and scraped against the cavern floor, emitting the horrifying dragging sounds that had been haunting us for what seemed like an eternity. The shape was mostly obscured by the darkness, but we could see glimpses of bone, twisted metal, and something that looked disturbingly like human remains. The creature stopped, its massive form looming over us, its presence a suffocating wave of pure malevolence. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of dread that filled the cavern, silencing even our own beating hearts for a brief, terrifying moment. It raised one of its clawed hands, its impossibly long fingers flexing, and pointed directly at me. Terror, cold and paralyzing, seized me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, couldn't even move. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what I was seeing, trying to find some rational explanation for the sheer impossibility of it all. But there was none. This was beyond comprehension, beyond reason, beyond human experience. Mark let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Sarah covered her ears, sobbing silently, her body shaking uncontrollably. The creature turned its head, its empty sockets seeming to focus on Mark, who was now frozen in abject fear. The creature took a step closer. Then another. Each step was measured, deliberate, as if it were enjoying our suffering, savoring our terror. Its shadow grew larger, engulfing us in a suffocating darkness that threatened to consume us entirely. Its presence seemed to emanate a putrid smell, a mixture of decaying flesh, damp earth, and ozone, causing a deep wave of nausea. As the creature closed in on Mark, a strange pulsating started emanating from its chest, an internal light, shining through its almost translucent skin, increasing in intensity. Mark seemed frozen with fear. There was no reaction from him. The creature's proximity was suffocating. A blinding light flashed from the creature's chest. When our eyes adjusted, we saw only the aftermath of the flash, a void, a nothingness where the monster had stood, and the air smelled like burnt ozone. The sound of dragging stopped. The only thing remaining was the echoes, the tremors in the earth, and the overwhelming feeling that this was merely an intermission in the horror. The silence that followed was absolute, devoid of even the faintest whisper or scrape, a silence heavier and more terrifying than any sound. We were alone, surrounded by the crushing weight of the mind, the lingering scent of ozone, and the chilling certainty that whatever had just happened, it was far from over. The mind, we realized with horrifying clarity, was not merely haunted, it was possessed. And we were still trapped within its malevolent grasp. The confrontation was over, yet the dread remained, a deep, gnawing fear that festered within our souls, a chilling reminder of what we had witnessed and what might still lie ahead. The darkness, both literal and figurative, held us captive. The escape, if there even was one, felt far beyond our reach. The only sounds were our strained breathing, and the distant drip of water, a sound oddly comforting in the face of such unfathomable terror. The question wasn't if the entity would return, but when. And that uncertainty, that impending dread, was a horror all its own. The lingering silence of the haunted mind was more terrifying than any scream. The silence stretched, an oppressive blanket smothering the cavern. The only sounds were the erratic thump of our own hearts, the rhythmic drip of water from unseen crevices, and the occasional groan of the mine itself, as if it were breathing. The lingering scent of ozone, sharp and metallic, clung to the air, a stark reminder of the creature's terrifying presence. We were left trembling, clinging to each other, the cold, damp earth a stark contrast to the heat of pure, unadulterated fear that coursed through our veins. Hope, a fragile ember in the darkness, flickered weakly. We had survived, but survival felt like a temporary reprieve, a mere postponement of the inevitable. The creature's departure hadn't erased the dread, it had intensified it. The silence was far more terrifying than the creature itself, for it held the unspoken threat of its return, a promise of further horror. Hours bled into each other, the darkness unbroken except for the weak beams of our flashlights. We dared not move, afraid to disturb the uneasy quiet, afraid to attract whatever lurked unseen in the shadows. The mind seemed to hold its breath with us, waiting, watching. Then, a faint sound pierced the silence, a distant rumble, like the shifting of tectonic plates. Hope, so quickly extinguished, rekindled itself, a fragile flame in the oppressive darkness. It was the sound of machinery, the sound of rescue. We shouted, our voices raw and hoarse from disuse, our cries echoing through the cavern, swallowed by the vastness of the mine but still carrying a desperate plea for help. We held on to the slim hope that our calls would be heard, that someone, somewhere, was still searching for us. The rumble grew louder, closer. It was a sound of life, a sound of hope, a sound that promised deliverance from the suffocating grip of fear and the terrifying silence of the haunted mine. The rumble intensified, shaking the ground beneath our feet. The sound of heavy machinery became increasingly distinct as lights began to flicker on the far side of the darkness, far too distant to reach us yet. Through the seemingly endless blackness, we spotted the beam of a powerful searchlight cutting through the gloom, cutting through the shadows, bringing with it the promise of rescue. Relief washed over us, powerful and instantaneous, but it was still only the promise of something that might happen, a light on the horizon, hope in the dark abyss of fear. But even as hope swelled within us, a new wave of dread began to creep in. The rumble wasn't just the sound of machinery, it was accompanied by a series of cracks and splinters that suggested the mine itself was fracturing under strain. The ground shook violently, causing rocks to fall around us. The approaching light appeared to be flickering. The sounds that had brought hope now felt ominous. The searchlight flickered, then died, plunging us back into darkness. The rumble continued, but it now seemed to come from every direction, a disconcerting symphony of destruction. The ground bucked and groaned, threatening to swallow us whole. The mine seemed to be collapsing around us, not just from natural causes but in an orchestrated display of something far more sinister. The silence that followed the searchlight's demise was different, colder, more menacing than before. It wasn't the quiet of an empty mine, it was the quiet of a predator waiting for its prey. The waiting intensified. We tried to hold on to hope, but the possibility of rescue looked less and less likely with each passing second. Then, another sound pierced the silence, a high-pitched screech, a sound that was both metallic and organic, a sound of agony. This was not the sound of a collapsing mine, it was the sound of something tearing apart. The sound filled us with a new wave of dread. We tried to rationalize the sounds we were hearing, but it all led to a very dark conclusion. Suddenly, a crack of light burst through the darkness, followed by the sharp crackle of a two-way radio. Mark? Sarah? John? Do you copy? This is Rescue Team Alpha. We're getting close. Can you respond? A voice, strained but hopeful, cut through the silence. It was a beacon in the oppressive darkness, but this time, we were not only faced with the darkness of the mine, but also the uncertainty of what lies ahead. Our own attempts to respond were met with static, the radio only spitting out a cacophony of distorted sound. We tried repeatedly, each failed attempt eroding our hope. The light which had burst through, momentarily promising rescue, dimmed as we fought against the ever-increasing tremors, trying to hold on to something solid in the shaking earth. The mine seemed to be actively resisting the rescue attempt, as if fighting against the intrusion. We held on, the flickering hope of survival flickering and fading with each passing moment. Were the tremors caused by the collapse of the mine, or something more sinister, something that might have anticipated our rescuers' arrival? The ground gave way again, a sudden and violent collapse sending us tumbling into the darkness. We were separated, thrown into different parts of the cavern, the darkness swallowing us whole once again. The frantic calls for help died in the abyss, silenced by the crushing weight of the collapsing mine. The rescue attempt, so promising just moments before, had ended in utter chaos. The uncertainty of our fate remained, casting a long, dark shadow over the already palpable fear. The echoes of the rescue team's desperate calls mingled with the groans of the mine, creating a chilling symphony of terror. Were they trapped as well? Were we all doomed? The questions remained unanswered, and the darkness held us captive. We were left in the heart of the collapsing mine, surrounded by the deafening sound of falling debris, the smell of dust and damp earth thick in the air. The fear intensified, this time amplified by the realization that we might have unintentionally caused our own deaths, that our hopes were false, and that the creature might not be the only danger we were facing. Each passing moment brought a new wave of terror as the mine continued to collapse around us. The sound of rushing water and shifting earth created a sense of utter helplessness. We were at the mercy of the mine, its dark secrets, and its terrifying inhabitants. We could no longer hear the rescue team, only the suffocating silence and the ominous sounds of the mine's final collapse. And so, the rescue attempt ended not with a triumphant rescue, but with an even more terrifying descent into the unknown. The mine's dark embrace tightened, its secrets guarding us as our only certain end became the crushing darkness. The ending to the rescue remained a haunting mystery, an unsettling conclusion to a desperate hope. The darkness consumed us, the ending was uncertain, but the terrifying truth remained. The mine was not just haunted, it was actively malevolent, and we were its unwilling prisoners. The finality of our situation set in, a crushing weight heavier than the falling rocks, heavier than any fear we had ever known. The darkness of the mine and the unknown of our fate were now one and the same. Story 3, The Cryptic Diary. The beam of my flashlight danced across the dusty, cobweb-laden walls of the attic, revealing forgotten relics of a bygone era. Trunks overflowed with moth-eaten clothing, chipped porcelain dolls stared blankly from shadowed corners, and stacks of yellowed photographs whispered stories of lives lived and lost. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and dust, a palpable reminder of the house's age and the secrets it held within. I ran my fingers along the rough-hewn timbers of the attic floorboards, the wood groaning under the slight pressure, a sound that echoed unnervingly in the oppressive silence. This house, inherited from a distant relative I barely knew, felt less like a home and more like a mausoleum. My search for the supposed family heirlooms, a vague term my lawyer had used in the inheritance documents, had led me to this desolate attic, a treasure trove of forgotten memories and unsettling discoveries. I'd already unearthed several disturbing items, a collection of disturbingly realistic anatomical drawings, a box of old photographs featuring a recurring figure with unsettlingly vacant eyes, and several antique medical instruments of unknown purpose, each find increasing the unsettling feeling that this house wasn't just old, it was wrong. Then, I spotted it. Tucked away in the furthest corner, almost hidden behind a tattered tapestry depicting a disturbingly gaunt figure, a small wooden box sat half buried in the dust. It was unadorned, plain, but its presence in that isolated corner felt deliberate, almost menacing. My heart pounded in my chest as I carefully approached it. The dust on the box was undisturbed suggesting it had remained untouched for decades, perhaps centuries. The box yielded easily to my touch, the lid creaking open with a sound that seemed to cut through the silent stillness of the attic. Inside, nestled amongst faded velvet lining, was a leather-bound diary. The leather was cracked and worn, the edges frayed, but it felt surprisingly sturdy, as if it had resisted the ravages of time. The diary's pages, brittle with age, were filled with a spidery script, the ink faded in places but still legible. With trembling hands, I opened the diary to the first page. The writing was dated 1888, a chilling thought to think about the age of this journal and how long it's been hidden away. The author identified herself only as Alara, a name that sent a shiver down my spine. Her entries began with seemingly innocuous observations about daily life, descriptions of the weather, comments on the local gossip, the preparation of meals. But a subtle unease permeated her words, a sense of foreboding that grew with each subsequent entry. Elara's writing style shifted, becoming increasingly frantic and disjointed. She wrote about strange noises emanating from within the walls of the house, whispers she couldn't quite decipher, shadows that moved independently of her. She documented sleepless nights, punctuated by chilling sounds that seemed to seep from the very foundations of the house. She described a pervasive sense of being watched, of being followed by unseen eyes. "The silence is the worst," she wrote in one entry. "It's a silence that screams. It's a silence that presses down on you, suffocating you, making you feel as though the very air itself is trying to smother you." The fear radiating from these words was palpable, making my own breath catch in my throat. Her accounts gradually became more alarming. Elara spoke of objects moving on their own, doors opening and closing without explanation, and a growing sense that something was living inside the walls, something malevolent. She recounted episodes of intense cold that seemed to seep into her very bones, and the strange metallic odor that hung perpetually in the air. She started to believe that the house itself was alive, that it possessed her, was consuming her, and it was in the quiet that it was most sinister. As her fear escalated, so did the cryptic nature of her writing. She began using symbols and coded messages, hinting at something beyond her comprehension, something terrifying that lay beyond the reach of human understanding. Her handwriting became increasingly erratic, the words merging into illegible scrawls, the ink bleeding onto the aged paper. Her descriptions of the sounds within the walls escalated from whispers to groans, to screams, to what she described as a chitter, a sound that made her blood run cold. The fear was not just in the writing but the paper itself, as if the paper was infected with her fear. One entry detailed a particularly terrifying night. She described a feeling of immense dread, a sensation of overwhelming pressure that constricted her chest and made it difficult to breathe. She wrote of shadowy figures that seemed to writhe within the walls, their presence palpable even though she couldn't see them clearly. She said she felt a profound sense of dread, as if the walls themselves were alive, and the sounds emanating from them were not human. The sounds, she reported, were guttural, low growls that echoed throughout the house, a cacophony of growls and screams that she could feel resonating within her own bones. The final entry was barely legible. It was a single sentence, a plea for help, written in trembling, uneven script, crossed out and rewritten multiple times. "It's inside. It's everywhere. Help." The last few words were smeared and illegible, as if the diary itself had tried to cover what happened. The final page seemed to contain nothing, yet the implication of what wasn't written was worse than what was. It suggested something more sinister than a ghostly presence, something far more terrifying, something beyond comprehension. I closed the diary slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The silence of the attic pressed down on me, no longer the peaceful silence of dust and decay, but a suffocating silence charged with a dread far older and more profound than anything I had ever known. Elara's fate remained unknown, but the chilling legacy of her fear, captured within the pages of her diary, was now mine to bear. The attic, once a repository of forgotten things, now felt like a living entity, its secrets seeping into my very being. The house, previously a silent testament to a lifelong past, now spoke to me, its voice a chilling symphony of whispers, groans, and the unsettling memory of that final, desperate plea for help. I knew, deep down, that I should leave, that I should abandon the house and its terrifying secrets to the dust and the darkness. But something held me there, a morbid fascination, a chilling compulsion that kept me rooted to the spot. The darkness held 1,000 secrets, 1,000 untold stories, and I, foolishly, felt the urge to uncover them all. The weight of Elara's fear pressed down on me, heavier than any physical object. The shadows seemed to deepen, the silence grew more intense. The house had claimed Elara, and now it seemed to be reaching out to claim me. The next entry, dated a week later, spoke of escalating disturbances. The whispers, Elara wrote, had become more distinct, forming words she couldn't quite grasp, yet felt deeply in her bones. They were not human words, not in any language she knew. They were sibilant and guttural, a disconcerting blend of hisses and growls that seemed to burrow into her mind, leaving behind a residue of pure terror. She described feeling a constant pressure on her skin, as if unseen hands were constantly brushing against her, a cold touch that sent shivers down her spine. The very air itself seemed charged with an unsettling energy, thick and heavy, suffocating. She detailed an incident where a heavy oak chest, far too heavy for her to move, had slid across the floor of her bedroom, its movement leaving a trail of dust in its wake. She'd woken to find it positioned directly in front of her bedroom door, barring her escape. The terror she felt was not just fear of the supernatural, but the feeling of utter helplessness in the face of such inexplicable events. The subtle shifts in reality, the constant feeling of being watched, the pervasive feeling of dread, all worked in synergy to build a thick fog of psychological terror. The entries continued, each one more frantic and incoherent than the last. Elara's handwriting deteriorated, the elegant script devolving into a frantic scrawl, the words often overlapping and illegible. She described vivid nightmares, filled with shadowy figures and unsettling sounds that echoed those she heard during the day. The line between waking reality and dreams seemed to blur, leaving her in a constant state of anxiety and paranoia. The diary became a record not only of external events, but also of her internal disintegration, a descent into madness fueled by the growing fear. She mentioned an increasing coldness within the house, a coldness that went beyond the normal chill of autumn. It was a bone-chilling cold that seeped into her very being, leaving her teeth chattering and her limbs numb even when surrounded by blankets and a roaring fire. This cold wasn't just a physical sensation, she claimed. It was a coldness that pierced her soul, leaving her feeling isolated, empty, and utterly alone. This profound loneliness, she wrote, was even more terrifying than the shadows and the sounds. The metallic odor, she reiterated, grew stronger, permeating every room, every object. It wasn't a pleasant smell. It was sharp, acrid, and sickly sweet, leaving a nauseating taste in her mouth and a sense of impending doom in her heart. She attempted to pinpoint its source, searching every nook and cranny of the house, but it seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, from the very structure of the house itself, an inescapable odor of decay and impending death. One particularly chilling entry detailed an encounter she had in the attic. It was a brief, frantic account, barely legible. She wrote of seeing a dark shape moving in the shadows, a shape that seemed to writhe and pulsate with a malevolent energy. She described a feeling of intense dread, a paralysis that froze her in place, rendering her utterly helpless in the face of whatever lurked in the darkness. The weight of this encounter was palpable in the entry, conveying a terror far beyond the words themselves. The next few entries consisted of fragmented sentences, scribbled notes, and increasingly bizarre drawings. The symbols appeared again, more frequent and complex, hinting at a ritualistic aspect to the events unfolding within the house. The coded messages became more urgent, more desperate, yet utterly indecipherable. They seemed less like a message meant to be understood, and more like a stream of consciousness, the frantic outpouring of a mind unraveling under the pressure of unimaginable terror. Her descriptions of the sounds grew even more disturbing. The whispers and growls were joined by high-pitched screeches and guttural moans that seemed to burrow into her very being. She spoke of a constant background hum, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, a sound so pervasive that it overwhelmed all other senses. The relentless sounds, she wrote, never ceased, even when she tried to sleep. She started writing about dreams that felt more real than reality itself, dreams that left her covered in a cold sweat. The dreams always involved the same recurrent images, the shadowy figure from the attic, the metallic smell, and the constant presence of unseen eyes watching her from the darkness. This intermingling of reality and hallucination made it difficult to discern where one ended and the other began, further contributing to her growing sense of despair and paranoia. The entries became increasingly shorter, more desperate, the ink smeared and blotted, reflecting the unraveling of her sanity. There were references to voices in her head, urging her to do things she didn't want to do, but couldn't resist. Her grip on reality seemed to slip further with each entry, and the line between sanity and madness blurred until it disappeared entirely. The reader could feel her sanity slipping away. The final entry, as previously mentioned, was a single, fragmented sentence, scrawled in uneven, trembling script. It's inside, it's everywhere, help. The words were smeared and illegible, the ink running across the page, as if the act of writing itself had been a struggle, a final, desperate attempt to convey the unimaginable terror she faced. The finality of this entry was deeply disturbing. The abrupt cutoff, the lack of any further explanation, left the reader with a profound sense of unease and dread. The abrupt cessation of entries left a chilling void, a silence more terrifying than any scream. What happened to Alara? Did she escape the house, or did it ultimately consume her, claiming her mind and body as its own? The diary didn't say, but the implication was that the house, a malevolent entity, had triumphed. The diary itself became a testament to her relentless fear and suffering, a poignant reminder of her desperate struggle against an unseen evil. The diary closed, but the lingering unease remained. I stared at the aged leather binding, the spidery script etched into my memory, and a profound sense of unease washed over me. The house, it seemed, held more secrets, darker secrets than Alara's diary could ever fully reveal. The quiet of the attic, once merely dusty, was now alive with an unseen presence, a chilling reminder of the horrors that could lurk within the shadows, within the silence, within the walls themselves. The feeling of unease was not just about Alara's fate, but the realization that something darker, something ancient and malevolent, seemed to linger in the house, waiting for its next victim. And I realized with growing dread, was now a potential target. The house had claimed Alara, and now it was beckoning to me. I had to leave, had to escape, but even as that thought surfaced, a strange curiosity, a morbid fascination held me in place. I felt strangely compelled to discover the final truth about the house, the truth the diary had hinted at but not revealed. It was foolish, reckless, perhaps suicidal, but the temptation was too great, the lure of the unknown too potent to resist. The darkness whispered promises of discovery, and against all reason, I was drawn towards it. The following days brought a relentless escalation of the paranormal activity. The metallic scent, previously a subtle undercurrent, now permeated the entire house, a suffocating, sickly sweet stench that clung to the back of my throat and coated my tongue with a film of metallic bitterness. It was a smell of decay, of rusting iron and something far more sinister, something ancient and unearthly. I tried to pinpoint its source, searching every room, every closet, every hidden recess, but it was everywhere and nowhere, a phantom odor that seemed to emanate from the very structure of the house itself. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. Every night, I was plagued by vivid, terrifying dreams, dreams so real they felt more like waking nightmares. The recurring imagery was consistent with Alara's final entries, the shadowy figure from the attic, its movements fluid and unsettling, its form constantly shifting and blurring at the edges of my vision. The metallic smell would assault my nostrils, sharp and acrid, mingling with the suffocating presence of unseen eyes that watched me from the shadows, from the corners of the room, from the darkness beyond my perception. One night, I awoke to a sound so utterly chilling it brought me to a state of instant, paralyzing terror. It wasn't a human sound. It was a deep, resonant hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house, a sound that resonated within my bones, shaking my teeth, and throbbing in my ears. The hum was relentless, continuous, a low drone that permeated every aspect of my being, a constant, oppressive pressure that felt like it was crushing me from the inside out. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of that horrific, unending hum. I sat bolt upright in bed, my skin slick with a cold sweat, every muscle tense, my breath caught in my throat. The silence that followed was worse, an unnerving, expectant silence that amplified the echoing hum deep within the house's structure. The whispers started again, but these whispers were different. They were more deliberate, more focused, as if they were attempting to communicate something, a message that I was desperately trying to decipher. They were barely audible, weaving through the incessant hum, forming fleeting words and phrases that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. I strained to hear, my ears ringing, desperate to understand the meaning behind the guttural murmurs, but the words eluded my grasp, leaving me with a growing sense of unease and dread. They were not in any known language. They were ancient, primal, disturbing in their alien nature. I began to see things. Flickering shadows in my peripheral vision, fleeting glimpses of movement at the edge of my sight. They were never clear, never fully defined, just enough to set my nerves on edge, to keep me in a constant state of apprehension and fear. I would catch glimpses of a dark shape moving through the house, a fleeting shadow that seemed to stretch and writhe, twisting itself into impossible shapes. Its movements were quick and almost imperceptible, yet they were enough to send a shiver down my spine, to ignite a primal terror deep within my soul. My attempts to rationalize the events failed. This wasn't just imagination or sleep deprivation. This was something real, something tangible, something malevolent that was actively targeting me, its presence suffocating, overwhelming. I spent hours searching for logical explanations, trying to find mundane causes for the phenomena I was experiencing, but the evidence was too overwhelming, the occurrences too bizarre and inexplicable. I was experiencing something far beyond the realm of the rational, something truly terrifying. The objects in the house began to move. Books fell from shelves, pictures shifted on the walls, chairs scraped across the floor in the dead of night. It wasn't a strong wind. These were purposeful, deliberate movements, calculated acts of unsettling chaos. Once, I woke to find a heavy grandfather clock, a piece of furniture far too large and heavy for anyone to move easily, positioned directly in front of my bedroom door, barring my exit. The feeling of helplessness was palpable, a sense of dread so profound it robbed me of all strength and will. I tried to leave the house, but an unseen force seemed to hold me in place, a heavy, oppressive presence that made it nearly impossible to leave. I'd reach for the doorknob, only to find my limbs heavy, leaden, unresponsive. The weight of the house, the palpable weight of the unseen energy within its walls, pressed down upon me, pinning me to the floor, keeping me prisoner within its suffocating embrace. This wasn't just a mental block. It was a genuine physical sensation of being held captive by an invisible force. The culmination of my encounters was a night of absolute terror. The hum intensified, the whispers became screams, and the shadows coalesced into a tangible entity. I saw it clearly this time, in the flickering candlelight, its shape fluid and indistinct, yet undeniably present. It was a tall, dark shape, seemingly made of shadows and mist, its movements fluid and unnerving. Its eyes, when they finally materialized, were burning coals of malevolent energy, piercing my very soul. Its presence was overwhelming, a palpable sense of pure evil that permeated the air, suffocating me, binding me, leaving me paralyzed with a fear I had never known before. I could feel its gaze upon me, cold and penetrating, a feeling so profound it robbed me of my ability to breathe or move. I tried to scream, but only a strangled gasp escaped my lips. The entity moved towards me, slowly, deliberately, each step sending a wave of chilling dread through my body. Its approach wasn't physical, but it felt far more invasive, as if it was reaching into my mind, into my soul, extracting my very essence. The air grew thick, charged with a malevolent energy that choked me, and a terror beyond words consumed me. That was the last night I spent in the house. As dawn broke, I fled. I didn't look back. I ran, driven by a primal instinct for survival, my lungs burning, my heart hammering in my chest. The house receded into the distance, the darkness and the hum fading with every step, but the memories, the horrors, remained. I carry them with me still, a constant reminder of the chilling night I confronted the unseen evil that haunted those walls. Even now, months later, I can still feel the lingering presence of the entity, a cold touch that seems to linger on the edges of my perception, a perpetual reminder of the terrifying paranormal encounters that transformed an old house into a living, breathing nightmare. The chilling silence of that house continues to echo in the chambers of my mind, a haunting testament to an evil I barely escaped. The house remains, waiting, perhaps, for its next victim. The diary entries, scrawled in a frantic, uneven hand, became increasingly incoherent as the days bled into weeks. The neat, precise script of the initial entries had devolved into a chaotic jumble of words, sentences fracturing mid-thought, punctuated by frantic scribbles and frantic exclamation marks. The once organized narrative transformed into a fragmented stream of consciousness, a desperate attempt to document a spiraling descent into madness. Elara's descriptions of the house shifted from detached observation to visceral fear. The metallic scent, initially described as unpleasant, became a suffocating wave of decay, a smell of death clinging to my throat. The whispers morphed from indistinct murmurs into articulate voices, taunting her, whispering promises of unimaginable horrors, threatening her sanity with insidious suggestions and maddening commands. The shadows she once glimpsed became tangible entities, their forms shifting and contorting before her eyes, mocking her attempts at comprehension. She began to document strange sensory experiences, sensations that defied rational explanation. The floor vibrated beneath her feet, a rhythmic tremor that seemed to emanate from deep within the earth. The walls pulsed with a faint light, an internal luminescence that shifted and flickered, casting distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. She reported hallucinations, seeing faces in the wood grain, hearing voices emanating from the inanimate objects within the house. The line between reality and delusion blurred, leaving her in a state of profound confusion and terror. One entry detailed a night of intense paranoia. She wrote of feeling watched, of unseen eyes boring into her, of a suffocating pressure pressing down upon her, crushing her from all sides. Her words became frantic, her sentences short and staccato, reflecting her rising panic. She described feeling a cold presence, an icy breath upon her neck, whispering threats that froze her blood. She wrote of a sensation of being paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream, trapped within the suffocating grip of the unseen horror. Another entry detailed a terrifying encounter with the shadowy figure from the attic. This time, it wasn't a fleeting glimpse, but a prolonged confrontation. She described its appearance in gruesome detail, its features shifting and changing, its eyes burning with a malevolent light, its movements fluid and silent as it stalked her through the darkened corridors of the house. She claimed it communicated with her, not through spoken words, but through a direct intrusion into her mind, a telepathic assault that left her reeling in confusion and terror. The words she used were chilling. It touched my mind. It knows. It sees everything. It wants me. The final entries were barely legible, a chaotic scrawl of disjointed phrases and fragmented thoughts. The writer's grip on reality seemed to have completely crumbled. She described being consumed by the house, absorbed by its malevolent energy, becoming one with the darkness that resided within its walls. The diary entries became a record of her complete disintegration, her sanity collapsing under the weight of the terror that haunted her. The last entry was a single, blood-stained sentence, "It's inside me now." Beneath it, a crudely drawn symbol, a twisted, demonic sigil, was scrawled in what looked like blood. The diary then abruptly ended, leaving an unnerving, open-ended feeling. The implication was clear. Elara had succumbed to the darkness, consumed by the malevolent entity that haunted the house. Her last desperate words serve as a chilling testament to the relentless power of the supernatural, the ultimate defeat of the human spirit against an overwhelming force of evil. The diary's final pages showed evidence of physical damage, ripped, stained, and partially burned, as if Alara had tried to destroy the record of her experiences in a desperate attempt to sever the connection with the terror she had endured. But some parts remained, like fragments of a shattered mirror, reflecting the horrific ordeal she had endured. The physical deterioration of the diary, mirroring the author's deteriorating mental state, added a layer of psychological horror, amplifying the sense of unease and dread. The diary was found amidst a chaotic scene. Clothes were strewn across the floor, furniture overturned, and personal belongings scattered in a macabre display of the terror that had overtaken the place. The chilling arrangement of objects suggested a desperate struggle, a final act of defiance against the encroaching darkness before total surrender. The scene implied that Alara's descent into madness wasn't a gradual process, but a sudden, cataclysmic collapse, a rapid descent into the abyss of fear, culminating in a horrific climax. The images and sensations portrayed in the diary were disturbingly realistic. The writer's descent into madness was not presented as a melodramatic, theatrical affair, but as a gradual, heartbreaking disintegration of a person's mental stability, a chilling depiction of the overwhelming power of fear. The vivid descriptions of the physical and psychological torment added a layer of authenticity to the narrative, making it more believable and therefore more terrifying. The diary itself served as a physical artifact of the horror, a tangible piece of the writer's experience. Its disheveled state, the frantic handwriting, the bloodstains, all contributed to the overall atmosphere of dread and suspense. The found footage style heightened the tension, as the reader felt they were unearthing a secret, a forbidden truth, adding a layer of suspense and discovery that captivated and disturbed the reader. The diary's cryptic entries left unanswered questions and chilling implications, adding to the story's overall haunting quality. There were hints of a larger, more sinister force at play, a powerful entity that seemed to control events within the house. The unanswered questions created an unnerving atmosphere, leaving the reader with a deep sense of unease and a lingering feeling of dread long after the final page was turned. Even now, as I review the notes and the diary entries, I feel a chill run down my spine. The cold metallic tang that Alara described seems to linger in the air around me, a phantom smell that haunts my memory. The diary's narrative doesn't just end, it continues to echo in the spaces between the words, and the gaps left by the writer's fractured mind, leaving the reader with a haunting sense of incompletion, a terrifying silence that speaks volumes more than any written word could convey. The diary is not just a chronicle of a descent into madness, but a chilling warning, a haunting testament to the unseen horrors that lurk beyond our understanding, waiting to consume those who dare to venture into the shadows. The final, blood-stained scrawl remains a chilling testament to the power of fear, a stark reminder of humanity's vulnerability in the face of the unknown, and the insidious power of the unseen darkness that dwells in the corners of our reality. The echoes of Alara's terror still resonate within the lines, a haunting testament to a soul lost to the darkness. The chilling silence of the house continues to haunt my waking hours. The house remains. The last entry, a smear of crimson across the page, trailed off mid-sentence. The words were barely discernible, a frantic scrawl that dissolved into a chaotic mess of blots and smudges. The once uniform script, though already erratic in the preceding entries, had completely fractured, a visual representation of the writer's shattering sanity. The finality of the incomplete sentence hung heavy in the air, a void where the author's fate should have been neatly resolved. Instead, it remained an unanswered question, a gaping hole in the narrative that sucked the reader into the abyss of speculation. What happened to Alara after that final, fragmented sentence? Did the entity, the presence sheet so vividly described in the preceding pages, finally consume her? Did it claim her body, her mind, her very soul? The lack of a definitive answer allowed the imagination to run wild, filling the empty spaces with terror. Each reader could craft their own horrific conclusion, their own vision of Alara's demise, a personal narrative of fear born from the ambiguity of the final words. The diary itself provided additional clues to the writer's final moments. The final pages were torn and tattered, the edges frayed and ragged, as if ripped apart in a moment of intense desperation. Bloodstains, darker and more concentrated than those found throughout the earlier entries, stained the remaining pages, creating a disturbing pattern that suggested a violent struggle. Some pages were entirely missing, leaving gaps in the narrative that only amplified the feeling of unease. The physical damage to the diary mirrored the writer's disintegrating mental state, creating a visceral connection between the text and the horror it depicted. The diary wasn't just a record of Alara's experience, it was a physical manifestation of her terror. The tattered pages felt as if they still pulsed with the residual energy of her fear, a tangible link to her final moments. It was a tangible object, a found footage relic, offering a chilling glimpse into the chaos of her final hours. Holding the diary felt like holding a piece of her very soul, a fractured fragment of a life violently ended. Beyond the physical damage, the last entries hinted at a horrific transformation. Alara's descriptions shifted from documenting external events to internal sensations. She wrote of strange physical changes, of a growing coldness within her body, a sensation of numbness that spread from her extremities inward, leaving her feeling both detached and violently consumed. Her words became increasingly visceral, describing the creeping feeling of something alien, something inhuman taking root inside her, weaving itself into the fabric of her being. She described a melding of identities, a gradual loss of self, as the entity within her began to take control. The final page held a single, stark symbol, a crudely rendered sigil, etched into the paper in what appeared to be blood. The symbol itself was unnervingly complex, a chaotic jumble of lines and angles that felt inherently wrong, unnatural. It pulsed with a dark energy, seeming to vibrate even in its static form, creating a disturbing aura of malevolence that radiated from the page. The symbol, undeniably sinister, left the reader with a sense of dread, a chilling premonition of something far larger and more malevolent than Alara's initial experience. It implied a connection to a greater darkness, a larger, more ancient evil that transcended the boundaries of the house. The setting where the diary was discovered further enhanced the feeling of despair. The room itself was in utter chaos, overturned furniture, shattered glass, and scattered personal belongings created a macabre scene that suggested a final, desperate struggle. The room was cold, the air thick with the lingering scent of decay and blood, the very essence of horror permeating the space. It wasn't just a room, it was a tomb, a silent testament to Alara's demise. The chilling arrangement of objects suggested a frantic, last-ditch attempt to escape, or perhaps, to defend against the unseen terror that consumed her. The diary's abrupt ending, the incomplete sentences, the physical damage, the chilling sigil, all these elements combined to create a sense of profound unease, a lingering dread that clung to the reader long after they'd finished the last page. It was not just the story that was incomplete, but the life it documented. The ending was left intentionally open-ended, a void that served to amplify the chilling effect of the narrative. The unanswered questions lingered in the reader's mind, a haunting echo of the horrors Alara endured. The diary wasn't just a story, it was a warning. A chilling testament to the unknown horrors that lurk beyond the veil of our understanding, waiting to prey on our vulnerabilities. The unsettling imagery, the fragmented narrative, the physical condition of the diary itself, all these elements converged to create a found footage experience that blurred the line between fiction and reality. The reader wasn't just reading a story, they were participating in the discovery, unearthing a terrifying truth from the remnants of a life tragically cut short. The unsettling details described within the diary's pages are disturbingly lifelike. Elara's descriptions were not metaphorical, but intensely visceral, leaving a lasting impact on the reader's subconscious. The chilling sensory details, the metallic scent, the pulsing walls, the feeling of unseen eyes, all served to create a deeply immersive experience. The reader wasn't merely reading about Elara's terror, they were experiencing it alongside her, feeling the cold breath on their neck, the icy grip of fear constricting their chest. Even after setting the diary aside, the chilling narrative continued to resonate within the reader's mind. The sense of unease remained, a persistent whisper in the silence, a constant reminder of the unknown horrors that lurk beyond our perception. The echoes of Elara's final moments echoed long after the final page was turned, the fear lingering like a phantom scent clinging to the reader's senses. The incomplete nature of the final entry left a profound sense of incompletion, a void filled by the reader's own imagination and fear. The unanswered questions haunted the mind, creating a far more terrifying effect than a neatly tied-up ending ever could have achieved. Elara's story is not merely a tale of horror, it's a stark reminder of humanity's vulnerability in the face of the unknown, a haunting testament to the insidious power of fear, and the chilling possibility that some horrors are beyond our comprehension, beyond our ability to escape. The house remains. The darkness lingers. And Elara's final, incomplete sentence continues to echo in the silence. The silence screams. Story 4, The Shadowy Figure. The grainy, low-resolution footage flickered on the monitor, a silent testament to a sleepless night's surveillance. The timestamp, 3:17 a.m. Rain lashed against the windows of the Peterson family home, each drop a percussive beat against the soundtrack of unease. The image, pulled from a security camera positioned overlooking the driveway, was almost entirely obscured by the downpour, the darkness punctuated only by the intermittent glare of the streetlights. Then, it happened. A movement, subtle at first, a fleeting distortion in the pixelated landscape. A shape, vaguely humanoid, detached itself from the shadows of the overgrown oak tree bordering the property line. It wasn't a sudden burst of motion, nothing that would alert a casual observer. Instead, it was a slow, deliberate emergence from the gloom, a creeping presence that seemed to materialize from the very darkness itself. The figure remained mostly shrouded in shadows, its features obscured, its form indistinct. Yet, even in the poor quality of the footage, a sense of wrongness permeated the image. It wasn't merely the lack of clarity, it was something more fundamental, a distortion in the perceived reality itself. A subtle shift in the surrounding darkness that seemed to warp the space around the figure. The initial sighting lasted only a few seconds. Then, the figure retreated back into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The rain continued to fall, washing away any lingering evidence of the presence. The footage resumed its monotonous display of the empty driveway, the rain-slicked asphalt reflecting the hazy glow of the streetlights. The only remaining evidence of the incident was a lingering unease, a feeling of dread that seeped from the monitor and into the room. The security system's timestamp was checked and rechecked. The date and time were verified against other systems within the house. There was no doubt the event had occurred. Yet, there was nothing concrete to define it. No clear image to analyze. No obvious purpose to its brief appearance. The Peterson family, initially alarmed, had been unable to explain what they witnessed in the footage. They heard no sounds, no disturbances that coincided with the shadowy figure's appearance in the surveillance footage. The complete silence surrounding the event only added to the mystery, deepening the unsettling atmosphere of the night. Days turned into weeks as the family and the local police attempted to uncover the nature of the shadowy figure. The police dismissed the incident initially, attributing it to a malfunction of the camera, a trick of the light, or perhaps even a neighborhood animal. Yet, the more they reviewed the footage, the less convinced they became. The figure's movement was too deliberate, its presence too unsettling to be dismissed as an accident. The local news channels did not report on it. They chose to stick to more pressing and less ambiguous stories. The footage was passed from officer to officer, scrutinized, enhanced, and analyzed, but the mystery persisted. The grainy images yielded no identifying characteristics, no clues to the figure's identity or intent. Each attempt to clarify the footage seemed to only deepen the mystery. The more advanced technologies applied, the more unsettling the results became. Enlarging the images highlighted strange distortions in the surrounding environment that should not have been there, creating the illusion of a warped reality. It was as if the very space around the figure was being bent, twisted, by its presence. The family, however, lived with a constant underlying unease. The nights were filled with an increased sense of vulnerability, the silence punctuated by the rustling of the leaves outside, the creak of the house settling. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden menace, every passing car a potential threat. The children began to exhibit signs of anxiety, their sleep plagued by nightmares. The parents, too, found themselves struggling to shake off the feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by an unseen presence. The lack of definitive answers only served to amplify their fears. The absence of a clear explanation allowed their imaginations to run wild, weaving a tapestry of terror from the fragmented images. Each night, they found themselves obsessively reviewing the surveillance footage, searching for some hint, some clue that could explain the shadowy figure's enigmatic appearance. Each viewing seemed to further reinforce the feeling that their privacy had been violated, that something malevolent had entered their lives, silently lurking at the edge of their perception. The police investigation, initially half-hearted, intensified following a series of reported similar incidents in the surrounding neighborhoods. Stories began to surface of fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures, strange disturbances in the night, and unexplained occurrences that hinted at a larger, more sinister pattern. The once isolated incident of the Peterson family's surveillance footage now took on a new significance, a disturbing indication of something far more menacing than initially perceived. As the investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a string of unsettling occurrences dating back several years. Similar reports, dismissed as pranks or exaggerations, suddenly formed a troubling pattern. A collective unease seemed to permeate the community, an unspoken fear that lurked beneath the surface of daily life. The once peaceful suburb was slowly transforming into a landscape of dread, the quiet nights echoing with a sense of impending doom. The investigators discovered a local legend, a whispered tale of a shadowy entity that haunted the woods bordering the residential areas. The legend, passed down through generations, spoke of a malevolent presence, capable of manipulating shadows and appearing at the edges of perception. It described a being that fed off fear, its presence growing stronger with each passing incident, each new victim. The surveillance footage, initially dismissed as a minor incident, became the keystone of a larger, more terrifying investigation. It was no longer a simple case of a grainy image, it was evidence of a long-standing, insidious threat, slowly weaving itself into the fabric of the community. The shadowy figure, once a fleeting glimpse, transformed into a chilling symbol of the unknown, a reminder of the malevolent forces that could exist just beyond the reach of understanding. The Peterson family's ordeal, originally an isolated incident, had become a collective nightmare. The investigation into the shadowy figure revealed a hidden history of unexplained events, a pattern of terror that had been lurking beneath the surface of daily life for years. The once peaceful community found itself in the grip of fear, the residents united in their shared sense of unease, their collective nightmare fueled by the chilling images captured on a single security camera. The grainy footage, a silent witness to that unsettling night, continued to haunt those who saw it, a reminder of the elusive and chilling nature of the unknown. The rain that night seemed to wash away any physical evidence, but the lingering fear remained, deeply embedded in the collective unconsciousness of the community. The mystery deepened, leaving the viewers to question what lurked just beyond the confines of their vision. The darkness, the shadows, and the mystery of the figure's identity continued to unsettle, feeding the growing sense of unease. The fear was real, palpable, a constant shadow lurking at the edge of perception. It seeped into the fabric of daily life, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of human existence. The incident, once a minor anomaly, grew into a terrifying symbol of the unknown, a stark reminder of the unseen forces that could shape our reality. The investigation continued, but the mystery of the shadowy figure remained, a haunting testament to the lingering power of fear. And the rain continued to fall, washing away the evidence, leaving only the lingering dread and the unanswered questions. The surveillance footage, a silent witness, remained a chilling reminder of what lay hidden in the shadows. The darkness lingered, a silent observer of a community steeped in fear. The house stood silent, the rain having stopped. The oak tree, a silent sentinel, stood watch over the house. The Peterson family slept, troubled dreams plaguing their minds. The security camera continued to record, its eye ever watchful, its silent vigil a testament to the lingering mystery. The shadowy figure remained a chilling enigma, a testament to the power of the unknown and the enduring human fascination with fear. The unsettling image, forever captured in the grainy pixels, served as a haunting reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. The silence of the night held a deeper, more chilling meaning now, the quiet broken only by the distant whisper of the wind, a constant reminder of the unseen horrors that lurk just beyond the reach of human perception. The unanswered questions lingered like a haunting melody, playing out in the quiet corners of their minds, a symphony of fear that echoed long after the rain had ceased and the dawn broke. The shadow remained, a phantom in the memory, a chilling reminder of the depths of fear and the fragility of human existence. The house stood still, but the fear remained, an unseen guest, forever welcome in the quiet spaces of their minds. The following days brought a chilling escalation. New footage, retrieved from a second security camera overlooking the back garden, surfaced. This footage, even grainier than the first, showed the shadowy figure not merely lurking at the edge of the property but moving with unnerving purpose. It drifted along the perimeter of the house, its movements slow and deliberate, as if mapping the layout of the Peterson residence. At one point, it paused near the children's bedroom window, its indistinct form pressed against the glass, the distortion in the surrounding pixels more pronounced than before. The image lingered, a silent thread hanging in the digital air. This wasn't the fleeting glimpse of a curious animal, this was deliberate reconnaissance, an unnerving display of intent. The Peterson family, already on edge, reacted with increasing terror. The children, once simply anxious, were now openly afraid, refusing to sleep alone, clinging to their parents with a desperation that tore at their hearts. Their nightmares intensified, filled with the same vague, indistinct figure that haunted the security footage, a silent, looming presence in their sleep. Sarah Peterson, the mother, began to experience vivid, unsettling dreams mirroring the footage, the slow, deliberate movements, the distortion of reality around the figure, the chilling sense of being watched. Her sleep became a refuge of terror, a constant battle against the oppressive weight of the unknown. Their father, Mark Peterson, struggled to maintain a facade of calm, reassuring his family while battling his own growing fear. The initial dismissal of the incident as a malfunction had crumbled under the weight of the accumulating evidence. The police, finally taking the case more seriously due to the mounting reports from other neighborhoods, remained baffled. They brought in specialists in digital forensics, who, despite their efforts, couldn't explain the strange distortions in the images surrounding the shadowy figure. The warping of space around the entity defied any known technological explanation. The enhanced footage, viewed frame by frame, revealed even more disturbing details. The shadowy figure, while remaining essentially featureless, exhibited an unsettling fluidity of movement, a seeming ability to flow between shadows, to momentarily detach itself from the constraints of ordinary physical laws. It moved with an uncanny grace, as if unbound by the limitations of the human form. At times, it seemed to flicker, to partially disappear, leaving only a residual distortion in the pixels, as if teasing its viewers with its elusive nature. The effect was incredibly disturbing. The growing threat extended beyond the visual. Strange sounds began to permeate the Peterson home, whispers and rustles that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Sarah and Mark initially dismissed them as the house settling, a product of their heightened anxiety, but the sounds increased in frequency and intensity. They began to hear muffled voices, indistinct and unintelligible, seemingly carried on the very air itself, creating a constant backdrop of unease that penetrated their every waking moment. Even during the daytime, a deep sense of unease haunted their home. Every shadow cast a long, sinister form, and any unexplained creak from the house caused their hearts to quicken in their chests. The children's reactions became the most chilling indicator of the growing threat. The nightmares intensified, morphing into waking fears. The normally vibrant drawings became filled with shadowy figures, their playful games replaced with a fearful silence. The youngest child, 6-year-old Emily, began to speak of a man in the shadows who watched her from the corners of the room, a figure she described in disturbingly accurate detail, mirroring the distorted images captured in the security footage. Her simple description, spoken with innocent terror, sent shivers down their spines and reinforced the dread they felt growing in their home. The local police investigation expanded, drawing in other cases with disturbing similarities. Reports of flickering shadows, unsettling whispers, and strange disturbances were flooding in from the surrounding areas. The initial skepticism had been replaced with a growing sense of unease, as the once isolated incidents began to coalesce into a terrifying pattern. The specialists in digital forensics, baffled by the nature of the distortion around the figure, started researching local legends, searching for an explanation in the realm of folklore and the supernatural. What they uncovered was a chilling local legend dating back generations, a story of a shape-shifting entity that fed on fear, a creature capable of manipulating shadows and warping the perception of reality. The legend spoke of its growing strength, its power fueled by the terror of its victims, its essence weaving itself into the community's collective unconsciousness. Mark and Sarah, overwhelmed by fear, decided to take matters into their own hands. Armed with cameras, recorders, and the mounting evidence from their own surveillance systems, they embarked on their own nighttime investigation. They moved through their house, cameras rolling, attempting to capture more footage of the shadowy figure, hoping to understand its intentions. They searched for any clue that could explain the disturbances, but their efforts yielded only more terror. The house, once a safe haven, transformed into a site of constant apprehension and fear. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the sounds around them intensified, the whispers growing louder, the voices becoming more distinct, though still unintelligible. They were being watched, the feeling unavoidable. Every shadow seemed to hold a menacing presence, every creak of the house a prelude to something more sinister. They even started experiencing strange distortions themselves, moments of disorientation, glitches in their perception that mirrored the unsettling effect seen in the security footage. The climax came during another sleepless night. While reviewing the footage from their night's investigation, they saw something truly horrifying. The shadowy figure was no longer just a shadowy figure. In one frame, the distorted pixels momentarily cleared, revealing a glimpse of something terrifying, a grotesque, humanoid entity with eyes that glowed with an eerie, malevolent light. The image was fleeting, lasting only a fraction of a second, yet it left an indelible mark on their minds, a glimpse into an abyss of unimaginable horror. The final piece of footage showed the figure at their back door. It faded out and stopped transmitting data, just at the moment when the image momentarily resolved. The camera was still on, but there was nothing there. The figure had vanished. They never got another clear image, but the brief moment of clarity was far worse than all the blurry, grainy footage combined. The terror that followed was immediate and bone-chilling. They were left with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain: the shadowy figure was not just an anomaly. It was a terrifying presence that could manipulate reality and cause irreparable psychological harm. Their fear wasn't just theirs anymore. It was shared, spreading through the community, a terrifying epidemic of dread fueled by the chilling images captured in their own home. The shadowy figure had woven itself into the fabric of their lives, leaving behind a lingering, haunting terror. The rain still fell, but now it felt like tears in the night, and the silent oak stood watch, a silent guardian of the fear it had witnessed. The days that followed were a blur of escalating dread. The initial shock had given way to a gnawing, persistent fear that permeated every aspect of their lives. Sleep became a luxury they couldn't afford, haunted by nightmares that mirrored the disturbing images captured on their security cameras. Even the daylight hours offered little respite. Every shadow seemed to writhe with a malevolent energy, every creak of the house a potential prelude to a horrifying encounter. Sarah's anxieties manifested in a relentless cycle of checking locks, peering into darkened corners, and jumping at every unexpected sound. Her once vibrant spirit was extinguished, replaced by a hollow shell consumed by fear. She found herself constantly clutching at Mark, her touch desperate and pleading. The children, once sources of boundless energy and laughter, were transformed into withdrawn, frightened shadows of their former selves. Their playful innocence had evaporated, leaving behind only a profound sense of vulnerability and a quiet, pervasive terror. 6-year-old Emily, the youngest, was the most profoundly affected. Her once bright eyes now held a haunting, vacant stare, reflecting the depth of her fear. Her innocent babble had been replaced by whispers of the Shadow Man, her descriptions chillingly precise, mirroring the distorted images on the recordings. She would point to corners of rooms, claiming to see him watching, her small voice trembling with terror. She started drawing pictures, not of her usual fantastical creatures and vibrant landscapes, but of shadowy figures with glowing eyes, their menacing forms lurking in the corners of her paper, a disturbing echo of the footage that had consumed her parents. Her nightmares intensified, spilling over into her waking moments, turning her play into fearful, ritualistic reenactments of her terrors. The vibrant little girl had been replaced by a fragile, traumatized child who was constantly on the verge of tears. Mark, usually the stoic pillar of strength for his family, found himself buckling under the pressure. The facade of calm he maintained for his children crumbled at night, revealing a man consumed by a paralyzing fear. He'd find himself staring at the ceiling, listening to the unsettling whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls, his heart pounding in his chest, the silent house seeming to conspire against him. He tried to remain rational, to find a logical explanation, but the evidence, both visual and auditory, defied rational explanation. The growing mountain of evidence from their own cameras, combined with the chilling reports from the police and their unsettling discovery of the local legend, was driving him to the brink of madness. His normally jovial face was etched with exhaustion, his eyes deeply sunken, reflecting sleepless nights and mounting dread. The responsibility of protecting his family, coupled with the encroaching terror, threatened to shatter him. Their once loving home was now a battlefield of fear, their previously shared moments of joy and laughter replaced by an oppressive atmosphere of dread. The vibrant colors of their life were fading, replaced by a gray, desolate landscape of fear, and the once familiar surroundings felt increasingly alien and menacing. The familiar creaks and groans of an old house took on a sinister quality, every shadow a potential hiding place for the entity that haunted their lives. The escalating fear manifested in various ways. Sarah developed an almost obsessive need for cleanliness, scrubbing and disinfecting everything, as if trying to wash away the invisible stain of fear that had settled upon their home. Mark, in a desperate attempt to regain control, spent hours studying the footage, desperately searching for a pattern, a clue that could explain the entity's actions, yet finding only more terrifying images and unsettling questions. The children clung to their parents, their small bodies trembling with unspoken terrors, their innocence stolen by the invisible menace lurking within their walls. Their meals were rushed, eaten in silence, punctuated by the nervous glances exchanged between the family members. Conversations were strained, punctuated by long pauses filled with unspoken anxieties. The laughter and lighthearted bickering that once characterized their family life was replaced by a silence thick with fear, a constant undercurrent of unease that clung to them like a shroud. Even their pets, normally boisterous and playful, seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere, their once cheerful demeanor replaced by a wary quietude, their eyes reflecting the same apprehension that gripped the Peterson family. The police investigation, once dismissed as a minor nuisance, had gained momentum. Other similar cases from surrounding neighborhoods emerged, painting a chilling picture of a growing, insidious threat. The initial skepticism was replaced by a collective unease, a growing realization that the Petersons' experience was not isolated but part of a larger, more terrifying pattern. The local news picked up on the story, further amplifying the fear, weaving tales of shadowy figures and unexplained phenomena into the collective consciousness of the community. The digital forensics experts, initially baffled by the technical anomalies surrounding the entity, shifted their focus toward folklore and local legends, searching for an explanation in the realm of the supernatural. The ancient tales they discovered spoke of a shape-shifting entity that fed on fear, a creature capable of manipulating shadows and warping the perception of reality, a being whose power grew with the terror it inspired. The chilling descriptions matched the family's experience with unnerving accuracy. This discovery did little to comfort them, only intensifying the sense of despair and helplessness that had become their constant companions. The local church became a hub for the growing fear. People gathered, seeking solace and sharing their own unsettling experiences. Whispers of unsettling sights and sounds grew louder, their terror amplified by the shared dread. The once peaceful community was now consumed by a collective anxiety, a chilling epidemic of fear fueled by the unsettling enigma that haunted the Peterson home. The family's desperation reached its peak when they discovered an old, leather-bound book in their attic. Its pages, filled with archaic script and disturbing illustrations, recounted stories of a similar entity, a creature that existed between worlds, its power rooted in the fear of its victims. The book described rituals and incantations, offering potential methods of banishment or containment, but the archaic language and complex instructions left them feeling more lost than ever. The rain continued to fall, a mournful soundtrack to their growing terror. The ancient oak tree that stood sentinel over their house seemed to watch them, a silent witness to their unfolding ordeal, a silent guardian of the fear that had enveloped their lives. The Peterson family's story became a chilling testament to the insidious nature of fear, its power to consume and transform, to erode sanity and leave behind only a desolate landscape of terror. Their battle against the shadowy figure was not just a fight for their lives, but a struggle against the overwhelming weight of an encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf them all. The nights grew longer, the shadows deeper, and the fear more profound. Their ordeal had only just begun. The silence in the Peterson house was a living entity, thick and suffocating. It was broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of an ancient grandfather clock in the hallway, each chime a hammer blow against the fragile composure of the family. Days bled into nights, each punctuated by Sarah's frantic cleaning rituals, Mark's obsessive analysis of the security footage, and Emily's increasingly disturbing whispers about the Shadow Man. The children clung to their parents like drowning sailors to a raft, their small hands cold and clammy in their parents' grasp. One night, the silence was shattered. not by a creak, a groan, or a whisper, but by a sound that ripped through the stillness, a low, guttural growl that resonated from deep within the house, a sound that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. It started subtly, a tremor in the floorboards, quickly escalating into a full-bodied roar that sent shivers down their spines. The pets, normally oblivious to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere, reacted violently, their frightened whimpers and frantic movements reflecting their heightened anxiety. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable sense of dread that choked the breath from their lungs. Mark grabbed the baseball bat he kept beside the bed, his knuckles white as he gripped the worn wood. Sarah huddled with the children, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with terror. The growling intensified, accompanied by a scraping sound, as if something large and heavy were dragging itself across the floor. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, to writhe and pulse with an unnatural energy. Then it appeared. Not as a sudden, shocking manifestation, but as a slow, agonizing reveal. It started as a distortion in the shadows, a flickering in the periphery of their vision, a subtle shift in the darkness that suggested something was lurking just beyond their perception. Slowly, agonizingly, it coalesced, taking form from the darkness, its presence growing more distinct, more terrifying. The figure was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct, its edges blurred and wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. Its features were obscured by darkness, but 2 points of malevolent light pierced the gloom, glowing eyes that burned with an unnatural intensity, fixing on the family with a predatory focus that sent a chill down their spines. Its movements were fluid, unnatural, as if it were moving between dimensions, its limbs seemingly elongated and distorted, its form shifting and reforming like smoke in a wind tunnel. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on their arms stand on end. The temperature in the room dropped dramatically, sending shivers through their bodies even as the growling intensified. The creature seemed to feed on their fear, its form growing more distinct, more menacing with every gasp, every whimper, every terrified glance exchanged between family members. Mark, driven by a primal urge to protect his family, raised the bat, his arm trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. He lunged at the figure, swinging the bat with all his might. The bat connected with something, a solid, yet strangely yielding resistance, that sent a wave of nausea through him. The figure recoiled, its form momentarily shimmering before reforming. The growl became a shriek, a sound that clawed at their sanity, a sound that seemed to peel the paint from the walls. Sarah screamed, pulling Emily and Thomas closer, shielding them from the horrifying spectacle. The figure advanced, its movements swift and silent, its glowing eyes never leaving them. It reached out, its hand a distorted, clawed appendage, reaching towards Emily. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing as the creature loomed over the terrified child. Mark, his strength failing, could only watch, his eyes fixed on the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Sarah's screams filled the room, a desperate, agonizing cry of terror and despair. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The growling ceased. The glowing eyes blinked out. The figure dissolved, retreating back into the shadows, leaving behind only a chilling silence and the lingering scent of ozone. The family remained frozen, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling from the terrifying confrontation. Mark lowered the bat, his arms heavy with exhaustion. Sarah clutched her children, their small bodies shaking with the aftershocks of terror. The air, once thick with dread, was now filled with an unnerving stillness, a silence that was more terrifying than the creature's presence. They sat there, huddled together in the darkness, the silence broken only by their ragged breaths and the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock, a mocking reminder of the passage of time, and the uncertainty that lay ahead. They dared not move, not to speak, too terrified to acknowledge the horror they had just witnessed. The lingering scent of ozone and the unsettling chill in the air were tangible reminders of the creature's presence, a haunting testament to their terrifying ordeal. The aftermath of the confrontation was both surreal and terrifying. The house seemed to hold its breath, the silence heavy and profound. The usual sounds, the creaking floorboards, the sighing wind, the rustling leaves, were all muted, replaced by a chilling emptiness that seemed to amplify their fear. The security cameras, their lenses glazed with an unnatural sheen, offered no explanation for the figure's sudden disappearance. The recording showed the terrifying encounter, clear and horrifying, but lacked any clue as to how or why the creature vanished. The following days were a blur of anxious anticipation, a constant state of hypervigilance. The family slept in shifts, their eyes darting to every corner, every shadow, their ears straining for the slightest whisper, every creak sending them leaping from their slumber. The light of day offered little comfort, the shadows in their periphery constantly shifting and reforming, teasing their imagination. The unsettling experience had fractured their reality, leaving them perpetually on edge, trapped in a chilling cycle of anticipation and fear. Emily's nightmares worsened, her drawings growing increasingly disturbing, filled with monstrous figures and blood-red landscapes. Her descriptions of the Shadow Man became more detailed and terrifying, her whispers laced with a haunting clarity that suggested some horrific shared experience beyond their understanding. The children clung to their parents, their quiet terror a constant reminder of the lingering threat. Mark's attempts to find a rational explanation were futile. The digital forensics experts, the police, the local church, no one could offer a definitive explanation for the terrifying events that unfolded in their home. The ancient book from the attic, its cryptic writings and disturbing illustrations, only amplified their fear. It described rituals and incantations, offering potential methods of banishment or containment, but the archaic language and complex instructions felt meaningless, overwhelming, and terrifying in their simplicity. The rain continued to fall, a mournful soundtrack to their ongoing nightmare. The ancient oak tree outside their window stood like a silent observer, its branches swaying in the wind like gnarled fingers pointing at the house. Their ordeal had only just begun. The terrifying confrontation had only served to confirm their deepest fears, leaving them trapped in a cycle of fear, uncertainty, and chilling anticipation. The shadowy figure might have retreated, but the darkness that lingered in their home, and in their hearts, was far from gone. The grainy image froze, a static-filled tableau of the shadowy figure looming over Emily. Then, blackness. The recording abruptly ended, the last frame a stark, unsettling testament to the family's terrifying ordeal. The only sound remaining was the low hum of the malfunctioning camera, a mechanical whisper in the silence. Mark stared at the blank screen, his breath catching in his throat. The final moments were captured with a horrifying clarity, but the crucial detail, the figure's retreat, its disappearance, remained shrouded in mystery. Sarah, her face ashen, sank into a chair, her hands trembling. Thomas and Emily, nestled together, were eerily silent, their eyes wide and unblinking. The silence in the room was deafening, punctuated only by the erratic whirring of the now useless camera. The weight of the unknown pressed down on them, a suffocating blanket of fear. The footage had provided a terrifying glimpse into the night's events, but it offered no solace, no resolution, only more questions and a deeper, more unsettling sense of dread. The camera's final image, frozen in time, became a symbol of their predicament, a haunting reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead. The lack of resolution was the most unsettling aspect. There was no triumphant vanquishing of the creature, no heroic escape. Just a sudden, unexplained cessation of the attack, followed by the abrupt end of the recording. Had the creature vanished? Had it merely retreated? Or was it still lurking within the walls of the house, patiently waiting for another opportunity to strike? These questions gnawed at their minds, fueling their growing fear. The possibilities were endless, and each one more terrifying than the last. The silence of the house seemed to amplify their paranoia, every creak and groan whispering insidious possibilities. Days turned into weeks, the family living in a state of perpetual fear. The house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, its shadows teeming with potential threats. Sleep offered no escape, nightmares plagued them all, each more vivid and terrifying than the last. Emily's drawings, once filled with childish whimsy, now depicted monstrous figures and scenes of unspeakable horror, a disturbing reflection of her subconscious fears. Her whispers about the Shadow Man grew more frequent, more detailed, painting a horrifying portrait of a creature both powerful and malevolent. The children's fear was palpable, clinging to their parents like a suffocating shroud. Mark's attempts to rationalize the events were futile. The experts, baffled by the lack of physical evidence, offered only vague theories, suggestions of mass hysteria, sleep deprivation, or even a collective hallucination. But Mark knew better. The security footage, brutal in its unvarnished reality, was undeniable proof of what they had witnessed. It was a horrific snapshot of their reality, a stark testament to the terrifying encounter, but it offered no explanation for the mysterious disappearance. Sarah's once meticulous cleaning rituals became obsessive, a frantic attempt to cleanse the house, to erase the lingering sense of unease. She scrubbed the floors until her hands were raw, washed the walls until the paint began to peel, but the sense of dread remained, clinging to the walls like a persistent shadow. She would often be found muttering to herself, her eyes wide and unfocused, muttering prayers and incantations she had found in old, forgotten books. The desperation and fear were etched onto her face, a testament to the unrelenting terror that had invaded their lives. The police investigation had been fruitless. They were unable to find any trace of the creature, no physical evidence to support their claims. The officers, initially skeptical, had gradually become increasingly uneasy, their professional detachment replaced by a palpable unease. They left the house with a lingering sense of dread, their faces haunted and pale, a stark reflection of the family's disturbing experience. Their departure left the family feeling alone, isolated, and abandoned to their fate. The ancient book, found in the attic, remained a source of both fascination and fear. Its cryptic passages, bizarre illustrations, and unsettling descriptions of otherworldly entities only fueled their nightmares. Mark spent countless hours poring over its pages, attempting to decipher its secrets, to find a way to banish or contain the creature. But the ancient language, filled with archaic symbols and arcane rituals, defied his efforts, leaving him feeling more bewildered and helpless than before. The book was a constant reminder of the incomprehensible nature of the threat they faced, the vastness of the unknown they were up against. The house itself seemed to have changed. The familiar sounds, the creaks of the floorboards, the rustle of the leaves outside, the chirping of crickets, were replaced by an unnerving silence, punctuated only by the occasional ominous groan or unsettling whisper. The shadows, once benign, now seemed to writhe and shift, their movements almost sentient, constantly teasing their imaginations. Even the sunlight that streamed through the windows seemed to cast ominous, elongated shadows, fueling their growing paranoia. The lingering scent of ozone, a byproduct of the creature's supernatural energy, was a constant reminder of the terrifying encounter. It permeated the house, clinging to the furniture, the walls, the very air they breathed. It was a haunting perfume, a constant, olfactory reminder of their ordeal, a reminder of the supernatural power they had faced, and the lingering threat they continued to face. The family could never truly escape the chilling evidence of their terrifying encounter. Sleep became a luxury, each night bringing a fresh wave of terror. They took turns staying awake, their eyes darting to every corner of the room, their ears straining for the slightest whisper, every creak of the house setting their hearts racing. They huddled together, seeking comfort and warmth in each other's presence, their shared fear creating a fragile bond against the encroaching darkness. The once loving family was now bound together by the horror that they had witnessed. The fear wasn't just a tangible presence in their home, it had become deeply ingrained in their souls. It clung to them like a second skin, altering their perceptions, twisting their thoughts, and corrupting their dreams. Their once vibrant lives were now shrouded in an oppressive cloud of paranoia and dread, their future uncertain and bleak. Emily's condition worsened. The trauma was etched onto her small face. The bright light of her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a vacant stare that suggested a profound and irreparable emotional wound. Her drawings became increasingly more disturbing, filled with grotesque details of the encounter. Her whispers and mutterings often drifted between fragmented memories of the incident and disturbing visions of the shadowy figure, its presence looming large and terrifying in her young mind. The fear had consumed her, the trauma had irrevocably altered her psyche. Mark's desperate searches for answers proved futile. The local priest, initially sympathetic, eventually dismissed their story as a product of mass hysteria, adding another layer of isolation and despair. His words were a hammer blow to Mark's already fractured faith. The community, initially supportive, had begun to distance themselves, their whispers and uneasy glances a silent acknowledgement of the family's unsettling experience. They were left alone, isolated, trapped in their own private nightmare. The world outside remained oblivious to their plight, leaving them to grapple with their own trauma and the unseen evil that lurked within their home. The rain continued to fall, a constant, mournful soundtrack to their unending nightmare. The ancient oak tree outside their window stood as a silent sentinel, its gnarled branches swaying like skeletal fingers, a somber reminder of the relentless horror that continued to haunt their lives. The house stood silently, waiting, watching, a testament to the unspeakable horrors that lurked within. The future remained unknown, the silence a chilling testament to the unseen horrors and the lingering fear. The ending of the footage offered no answers, only a deeper, more unsettling sense of unease and a terrifying reminder of the unknown. The horror had only just begun. Story 5: The Cursed Photograph. The discovery was accidental, almost trivial. Sarah, in her obsessive cleaning rituals, was clearing out the attic, a dusty, cobweb-laden space filled with forgotten relics of the past. She stumbled upon a trunk, its wooden surface warped and stained with age, tucked away in a dark corner behind stacks of moth-eaten blankets and discarded furniture. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed letters and brittle photographs, was a single, framed picture. It appeared innocuous at first. A simple family portrait, taken perhaps in the 1930s, judging by the style of clothing and the faded sepia tone. A smiling family posed stiffly before a quaint, whitewashed house, a man with kind eyes, a woman with a gentle smile, and two children, their faces blurred by the age and poor quality of the print. The house in the photograph bore an unsettling resemblance to their own, a chilling detail that sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. But the initial sense of familiarity was quickly eclipsed by a growing feeling of unease. Mark, initially skeptical, examined the photograph more closely. The details were striking. The house was remarkably similar to their own. Even the arrangement of trees and bushes in the background appeared identical. But something about the expressions of the figures in the image felt off. Their smiles seemed forced, strained, almost sinister. The eyes, especially those of the children, held a flicker of something dark and unsettling, a hint of terror barely concealed beneath the surface. It was Thomas who first noticed the anomaly. While the adults in the photograph seemed to smile, albeit in an unnerving way, Thomas pointed out that the children's eyes seemed to follow his movement around the room. He was, at first, brushed off, the product of a child's hyperactive imagination, but the sensation persisted. The unsettling feeling intensified as they continued to study the photograph. The more they looked, the more the image seemed to shift and change, the smiles contorting into grimaces, the eyes widening and darkening until the individuals seemed to stare back with chilling intensity. Sarah swore she could hear faint whispers emanating from the image, hushed and unintelligible, yet distinctly disturbing. A low hum permeated the room, a faint vibration that only increased as they remained fixated on the image. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen energy. Mark, armed with his ever-present digital camera, began to record the phenomena. The video captured the shifting expressions, the subtle changes in the photograph's appearance, and even the eerie whispers Sarah swore she could hear. The recording became a testament to the creeping dread that gripped the family, a visual account of the increasing unease and the insidious influence of the photograph. Emily, previously withdrawn and fearful, reacted to the photograph with an intensity that stunned even her parents. The image seemed to trigger a profound emotional response in her, bringing forth vivid memories of her encounters with the shadowy figure. Her whispers grew louder, more frantic, her language more detailed and disturbing. She spoke of the figures in the photo reaching out from the frame, of cold fingers brushing her skin, of voices murmuring threats in the dead of night. As days passed, the disturbances intensified. The low hum became a constant drone, a discordant note in the symphony of their fear. The shadows in the house seemed to dance and writhe in a way that mirrored the shifting expressions in the photograph. Sleep became an impossibility, nightmarish visions plagued their dreams, haunted by the distorted faces of the figures, their smiles twisting into grotesque sneers, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The house itself seemed to be affected, the temperature fluctuating wildly, the air growing heavy and oppressive. The investigation into the photograph's origin proved fruitless. The back of the frame was unmarked, the photograph's paper too aged to yield any clues. Their attempts to contact experts on antique photography and paranormal investigations yielded little success. The experts, though intrigued by the video evidence, were baffled by the lack of any consistent pattern, offering no explanation for the unsettling phenomena. They were met with skepticism and dismissed the possibility of a supernatural explanation. The family, isolated and desperate, began to search for answers in the ancient book found in the attic. Amongst its cryptic passages, they stumbled upon a section describing a similar cursed photograph, an image imbued with negative energy, capable of influencing the minds and emotions of those who viewed it. The description bore a chilling resemblance to their own ordeal, detailing the insidious influence, the nightmares, and the unsettling shifts in reality that accompanied its possession. The book described a ritual, a complex sequence of arcane chants and gestures, designed to cleanse the photograph of its malevolent energy. Mark, determined to break the curse, attempted the ritual, guided by the book's intricate instructions. The ritual, however, proved to be more demanding than anticipated, requiring days of preparation and a level of focus beyond the family's current state of exhaustion and fear. As Mark attempted the ritual, the phenomena intensified. The house groaned and creaked, the shadows danced wildly, and the whispers intensified into guttural screams that echoed through the halls. The photograph itself seemed to writhe and pulsate, the images of the family distorted and contorted beyond recognition. Emily's condition deteriorated, her visions becoming terrifyingly real, her pronouncements of doom increasingly frequent. The ancient book hinted at a consequence to performing the ritual incorrectly, a release of the photograph's energy, a catastrophic unraveling of reality. The family struggled through the ritual, their faith wavering, their bodies strained, and their minds exhausted. As they approached the climax of the ritual, the photograph seemed to disintegrate, the image blurring into an abstract chaos, and then fading into nothingness, leaving only an empty frame behind. The unsettling humming ceased, the shadows retreated, and a strange sense of peace permeated the house. However, This piece was unsettling, almost artificial, leaving the family to wonder if the evil had simply retreated to an unknown recess, waiting for the opportune moment to return. The ancient book, now devoid of its descriptions of the curse, remained open to the final chapter, the end of the ritual, but left open-ended, a terrifying silence descended upon them, leaving them to question if the ordeal was really over, or simply a pause in the ongoing nightmare. The cursed photograph was gone, but the lingering fear remained, a palpable presence that clung to them, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had faced and the uncertainties that lay ahead. The silence was deafening, heavy, pregnant with the unknown. The horror, they realized, had only just begun to reveal its true depths. The experience, etched indelibly into their memories, left them forever changed. The photograph was gone, but its legacy remained. The unsettling effects weren't limited to the immediate vicinity of the photograph. Even when the picture was removed from sight, the lingering unease persisted, a chilling echo of the terror it had unleashed. Sarah found herself constantly glancing over her shoulder, convinced that the figures from the photograph were lurking in the shadows, their distorted smiles mocking her fear. Sleep offered no respite. Instead, it brought vivid nightmares, replays of the photograph's shifting images, the whispers morphing into guttural screams that pierced the silence of her dreams. She woke each morning feeling drained, her body heavy with an unseen dread, her mind plagued by images that clung to her like a persistent shadow. Mark, despite his initial skepticism, found himself increasingly affected. He began experiencing vivid hallucinations, seeing fleeting glimpses of the figures from the photograph appearing at the periphery of his vision. These weren't simply fleeting images, they felt tangible, as if the figures were attempting to reach out, their icy fingers brushing against his skin. The digital recordings he'd made, intended as evidence, now served as a constant reminder of the escalating horror. Watching the footage replayed the unsettling changes, the subtle shifts in expression, the eerie whispers, feeding his growing terror. The weight of the recordings, coupled with his own unsettling experiences, began to erode his sanity. He would often stare at his own reflection, wondering if the dark, haunted look that stared back was a reflection of the photograph's influence. Emily, the youngest, bore the brunt of the photograph's curse. Her initial fear intensified into a full-blown psychological breakdown. Her visions became more frequent, more realistic, and increasingly terrifying. She would speak of the figures in the photograph stepping out of the frame, their eyes burning into her soul, their voices whispering threats and promises of unimaginable horrors. She would describe their cold touch, the feeling of their decaying hands clinging to her, their breath chilling her to the bone. Her behavior became erratic, her once playful demeanor replaced by a profound anxiety, punctuated by outbursts of uncontrolled terror. Her words, once filled with childhood innocence, were now laced with chilling details of the nightmares that plagued her. She would often sit huddled in a corner, rocking back and forth, her eyes wide with fear, recounting fragments of her visions, her words garbled and fragmented. Her experiences offered the most potent testament to the photograph's psychological devastation. The house itself became a participant in the horror. The temperature fluctuated wildly, plunging into bone-chilling cold one moment and then soaring into unbearable heat the next. Strange noises echoed through the walls, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, a chorus of unseen voices that mocked their fear and amplified their isolation. Shadows danced in the corners of the room, shifting and swirling like restless spirits. The very structure of the house seemed to writhe under the weight of the curse, groaning and creaking as if the very foundations were struggling to contain the malevolent force unleashed by the photograph. The objects within the house seemed to shift and move, their positions changing inexplicably, objects disappearing and reappearing in different locations, leaving them with an unsettling sense of the unreality of their situation. As the days turned into weeks, the psychological toll mounted. The family's initial sense of shared dread evolved into a paralyzing fear, each member isolating themselves, grappling with their individual descent into madness. The vibrant laughter that once filled their home was replaced by a chilling silence punctuated by nervous whispers, frantic movements, and the occasional, heart-wrenching scream. Their attempts to communicate, to find solace in each other's presence, were undermined by the growing intensity of their individual experiences, leading to an unbearable sense of alienation, further isolating them and accelerating their psychological descent. The family, once a unit, now seemed to be drifting apart, each individual succumbing to the psychological isolation brought by the photograph. The psychological impact extended beyond the family's immediate experiences. Their attempts to seek help were met with disbelief and ridicule. The local police, initially sympathetic, grew increasingly skeptical as they found no physical evidence to support the family's claims. Doctors diagnosed Sarah with acute anxiety, Mark with sleep deprivation, and Emily with a severe case of childhood trauma. Their explanations, though professionally delivered, failed to address the core of the problem, the tangible presence of the malevolent force emanating from the photograph. Even those who had only seen the photograph briefly experienced subtle, yet disturbing, effects. Neighbors and friends who had examined the image reported vivid dreams, a sense of unease, and a recurring feeling of being watched. Even the police officers who initially responded to their calls found themselves haunted by the unsettling image, experiencing fleeting moments of inexplicable fear and an enduring sense of unease, a stark testament to the pervasive nature of the photograph's malevolent influence. This expansion of the photograph's effects beyond the immediate family, spreading to those who had only fleeting contact with the image, highlighted the photograph's power and its ability to infiltrate and disrupt the reality of those it touched. The lingering effects of the photograph continued to shape the family's lives long after the image itself had disappeared. The trauma left an indelible mark on their psyche, creating deep-seated anxieties and a persistent sense of unease. Sarah developed a chronic fear of the dark, her once orderly life now dominated by the shadow of the unknown. Mark struggled to shake off the hallucinations, his mind haunted by fleeting glimpses of the photograph's figures. And Emily, despite receiving psychological help, remained troubled, her childhood innocence replaced by a profound distrust of reality. The photograph was gone, but its legacy of psychological torment remained, a dark stain on their lives, a constant reminder of the chilling horror they had endured. The cursed photograph may have vanished, but its impact, both physical and psychological, had permanently altered the fabric of their existence. The lingering effects were a testament to the horrifying power of the unknown, leaving a haunting reminder of the psychological devastation the photograph had unleashed. The silent house stood as a monument to their collective trauma, a chilling reminder of the insidious horror they had experienced. The subtle shifts in the photograph's imagery had become more pronounced. What had initially appeared as minor distortions now manifested as full-blown transformations. Faces morphed, bodies contorted, and the background seemed to writhe and shift, as if the very fabric of the image was alive and malevolent. The whispers, once barely audible, grew louder, more insistent, seeping into the very structure of the house, weaving themselves into the creaks of the floorboards and the groan of the aging timbers. The chilling sounds followed them from room to room, a constant reminder of the photograph's insidious presence. The family's attempts to understand the photograph's origins proved fruitless. Their research into the photograph's history yielded nothing. The antique shop owner had no information about its provenance, claiming it had been part of a larger collection purchased from an estate sale. The estate sale records offered no clues. The trail seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving them with a growing sense of helplessness and an increasing fear of the unknown. The lack of answers only fueled the flames of their terror, making the unsettling presence more palpable, more real. The photograph's influence extended beyond the immediate family. Their neighbors, initially skeptical, began to report unsettling occurrences in their own homes. Strange noises, unexplained temperature fluctuations, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures haunted their nights. The local priest, Father Michael, known for his calm demeanor, displayed a marked unease after briefly viewing the photograph, confessing later that he'd experienced vivid and disturbing nightmares, visions of distorted figures and whispers promising damnation. The priest's confession only deepened the family's terror, highlighting the photograph's ability to spread its influence, to sow seeds of fear and dread in the hearts of those who came into contact with it. The photograph's power seemed boundless, its influence capable of reaching beyond the confines of their home, infiltrating the lives of those around them. The police, after initially dismissing the family's claims as stress-related, reopened the investigation. Detective Miller, a seasoned officer with a reputation for his pragmatism, found himself increasingly unnerved by the accumulating evidence. The reports from neighbors, combined with the family's consistent testimony, created a chilling tapestry of fear and dread. Detective Miller's own skepticism began to crumble, replaced by a growing unease, a disquieting sense that something profoundly unsettling was at play. He started noticing strange shadows in his own home, a persistent feeling of being watched, and an almost overwhelming sense of dread whenever he considered the cursed photograph. The weight of the investigation began to take its toll on his mental state. The initial disbelief transformed into a quiet terror that gnawed at the edges of his rationality. The spreading unease created a palpable tension in the small town. Whispers of the cursed photograph circulated among the residents, transforming from simple rumors into fearful tales whispered in hushed tones. The town's tranquility was shattered, replaced by a deep-seated unease that mirrored the family's growing fear. The once harmonious community was now fractured by suspicion and fear, each resident glancing over their shoulder, wary of the unseen horrors that might lurk just beyond their grasp. The pervasive fear, born from the cursed photograph, cast a long shadow over the town, permeating every aspect of daily life and disrupting the fabric of the once peaceful community. The previously idyllic town had become a landscape of fear, haunted by the chilling legacy of the cursed photograph. Emily's condition deteriorated drastically. Her visions became more frequent, more violent, and increasingly difficult to distinguish from reality. She would scream in the night, her cries filled with terror, her words a jumbled torrent of fragmented sentences, describing horrific scenes of distorted figures, grotesque landscapes, and unimaginable horrors. Her once bright eyes now held a haunting emptiness, her playful spirit crushed under the weight of the photograph's malevolent influence. She spoke of the figures beckoning her, promising her unimaginable power if she would only step into their world, whispering promises that masked a terrifying destiny. Her psychological torment reached a level that was almost beyond comprehension, her world consumed by an ever-deepening nightmare. Her parents, desperate and helpless, watched in horror as their daughter spiraled into the abyss, her fragile mind drowning in the depths of terror. Mark's hallucinations escalated, becoming more vivid and more terrifying. He saw the figures from the photograph everywhere, lurking in shadows, appearing in reflections, their distorted smiles mocking his helplessness. He would talk to them, sometimes pleading, sometimes begging, sometimes screaming in frustration at his powerlessness. He struggled to maintain his grip on reality, his mind teetering on the brink of total collapse. His attempts to fight back, to document, to rationalize, only strengthened their hold. The more he tried to understand, the more the unknown overwhelmed him, leading him closer to the brink of madness. The constant barrage of sensory experiences, the weight of the unknown, threatened to break him entirely. Sarah, the mother, found herself utterly consumed by a paralyzing fear. Her initial fear had morphed into a debilitating dread, a constant anxiety that clung to her like a second skin. She spent her days in a state of heightened alertness, constantly scanning her surroundings, her senses strained, perpetually anticipating the next horrifying manifestation of the photograph's curse. Her ability to function became increasingly impaired, her thoughts clouded by a persistent sense of impending doom. She became withdrawn, her connection to the world becoming increasingly tenuous as she struggled to maintain her grip on sanity, desperately trying to shield herself and her children from the horrors that threatened to engulf them. The house itself seemed to be actively participating in the horror. The temperature fluctuations grew more extreme, the noises more disturbing, the shadows more menacing. Doors would creak open on their own, objects would move inexplicably, and a chilling coldness would settle over the rooms, leaving the family with a pervading sense of being watched, of being surrounded by malevolent forces. The house, once their sanctuary, now felt like a prison, a tomb containing the remnants of their sanity and their collective struggle against the unstoppable horror. The very structure of their home seemed to be warping, bending under the weight of the unseen forces, mirroring the warping of their minds and their descent into madness. The cursed photograph, though vanished, cast a long and chilling shadow, its influence spreading like a malignant contagion. The once peaceful lives of the family and their community were irrevocably shattered, replaced by a pervasive sense of dread and a chilling understanding of the horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Their struggle, far from being over, had only just begun, the weight of the unseen horror pressing down on them, threatening to crush their sanity and their very souls. The photograph was gone, but its curse remained, a dark stain on their existence, a constant reminder of the unimaginable terror they had faced, a haunting testament to the power of the unknown. The story, far from reaching a conclusion, seemed to be spiraling into a vortex of ever-increasing horror, leaving the reader in a state of profound unease and dread. The unsettling stillness that followed the photograph's disappearance was far more terrifying than the chaos that preceded it. The whispers, once a constant, maddening presence, had retreated, leaving behind an unnerving silence, a void pregnant with unspoken dread. It was in this silence that the true horror began to unfold, a slow, insidious creep of understanding that chilled them to the bone. Mark, in a moment of desperate clarity amidst his fracturing reality, stumbled upon a hidden inscription on the back of the frame, barely visible under a layer of grime. It was a series of archaic symbols, etched deeply into the wood, pulsing faintly with a malevolent inner light. He photographed them, his trembling hands barely able to hold the camera steady, the symbols seemingly writhing and shifting in his viewfinder. Later, under the harsh glare of a forensic lamp, he magnified the image, the symbols resolving into something resembling ancient Sumerian cuneiform, a language long lost to time, filled with cryptic pronouncements and dark prophecies. His research, fueled by a desperate need to understand, led him down a rabbit hole of obscure texts and forgotten legends, unearthing a terrifying truth. The symbols weren't just decoration, they were a potent invocation, a ritualistic summoning of a malevolent entity from beyond the veil of reality. The photograph, it turned out, wasn't simply a picture, it was a conduit, a gateway to a realm of pure, unadulterated horror. The entity, whose name was lost to time and deliberately obscured even within the fragmented texts, fed on fear, on despair, on the very essence of human suffering. Its power grew with every whispered fear, every terrified glance, every moment of despair. The text spoke of a forgotten god, a being banished to the outer darkness eons ago, a creature of pure malevolence whose very existence warped the fabric of reality. The photograph, according to the ancient script, was created not as art, but as a prison, a way to contain the entity's influence, though its power was only temporarily weakened by its physical confinement. The inscription was a key, a means to strengthen the connection, to slowly unravel the bonds that held it captive. The subtle distortions in the photograph, the shifting faces and contorting bodies, were not merely illusions. They were glimpses, fleeting glimpses through the veil, into the entity's true, horrifying form. The whispers weren't just auditory hallucinations, they were the entity's insidious voice, probing their minds, seeking to exploit their fears, to erode their sanity, to break them down and welcome them into its realm. The photograph had been a slow leak, a gradual weakening of the prison's walls, and its disappearance wasn't an ending, but merely a shift in tactics. With the photograph gone, the entity's influence became more direct, more potent. The whispers turned into screams, echoing in their minds, relentless and unbearable. The shadows became more substantial, more menacing, solidifying into glimpses of grotesque forms that haunted their waking hours and tormented their dreams. The temperature fluctuations became extreme, shifting rapidly between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, a manifestation of the entity's chaotic energy. Emily's deterioration accelerated. Her visions became horrifically realistic, filled with scenes of unimaginable brutality and cosmic horror. She described landscapes that twisted and contorted, defying the laws of physics and sanity. She saw beings of pure nightmare fuel, their forms shifting and writhing in an obscene parody of life. They spoke to her in a language beyond human comprehension, promises of power intertwined with threats of unspeakable torment. Her parents watched, helpless, as their daughter's mind unraveled, her once vibrant spirit crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of the entity's influence. Mark's hallucinations reached a fever pitch. He saw the entity not just as shadowy figures, but as an all-encompassing presence, a malevolent energy that permeated every aspect of his existence. He felt its gaze upon him constantly, a cold, judging stare that stripped away his humanity, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. His attempts to fight back were futile. The more he learned, the more he understood the true scope of the horror, the more the entity's power seemed to grow. Sarah, already on the brink of collapse, found herself consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, a deep and abiding terror that stretched beyond her immediate surroundings, reaching into the deepest recesses of her soul. She felt the entity's influence warping her own mind, twisting her thoughts, subtly corrupting her perceptions, leaving her questioning her own sanity. Her once stable reality crumbled around her, replaced by a growing sense of chaos and despair. The house itself groaned under the entity's influence, its structure subtly shifting, warping in ways that defied explanation. The floorboards creaked and groaned, walls pulsed with a faint, internal light, and the air thrummed with a low, guttural hum that vibrated deep within their bones. The once familiar home had become a prison, a cage built not of wood and stone, but of fear and despair, trapping them in a suffocating grip of cosmic horror. Their neighbors, once witnesses to their plight, became victims themselves. The entity's influence spread like a plague, infecting minds and shattering realities. The town, once peaceful and serene, was now a landscape of fear, each resident haunted by whispers and shadows, trapped in a living nightmare born from the unholy invocation etched on the back of a cursed photograph. The police, baffled and increasingly terrified, abandoned their investigation, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the horror, the impossibly vast and terrifying nature of the entity they were dealing with. They were no match for a force that had existed for eons, a being that defied comprehension and logic. The family's struggle wasn't merely a fight for their lives, it was a desperate attempt to prevent the entity's resurgence, a battle against an ancient and unimaginable evil. The weight of their desperation was palpable, a desperate hope clinging precariously to the edges of their crumbling sanity. Their story, far from a mere tale of a cursed photograph, was a chilling testament to the power of ancient evils, the terrifying potential of forgotten rituals, and the ultimate fragility of human existence in the face of truly unimaginable cosmic horror. The cursed photograph was gone, but the horror it unleashed was far from over. The chilling truth remained, the entity was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting, feeding on their fear, growing stronger with every passing moment. Their fight, their struggle for survival, had only just begun, against a foe beyond human comprehension, an entity that dwelt in the darkness between worlds, promising an eternity of unimaginable torment. Their initial attempts to destroy the photograph were clumsy, born of panic and fueled by a desperate hope that defied logic. Mark tried to burn it, holding the image over a roaring bonfire until the flames licked at the edges of the frame, consuming the corners but leaving the central image disturbingly intact. The fire seemed to recoil, as if repulsed by the photograph's inherent malevolence. The acrid smoke carried a stench that clung to their clothes and hair, a lingering taint of something ancient and unholy. Emily, in a desperate attempt to purge the evil, tried to shatter it. She smashed it against the hard stone floor of the basement, the glass splintering into 1,000 fragments. Yet, the image, miraculously unscathed, remained embedded in the remaining wood, a chilling testament to the photograph's unnatural resilience. The pieces, when gathered, seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light, as though the image itself was somehow regenerating, piecing itself back together as if defying the laws of physics. The shards felt cold to the touch, radiating an unnatural chill that seeped into their very bones. Sarah, driven by a desperate need to cleanse their home of the growing darkness, tried to submerge the photograph in a tub of acid, hoping to dissolve it completely. The corrosive liquid fizzed and bubbled upon contact, yet the image remained defiantly untouched, as if the acid itself recoiled from its unholy presence. The photograph remained as pristine as if it had never been subjected to the corrosive action of the acid. The acid, instead, seemed to mutate, its chemical structure warped, as if the photograph had corrupted it, turning it into an oily, black substance that emitted a low, pulsating hum. The terrifying transformation terrified them, further evidence of the photograph's otherworldly power. Their attempts escalated in both desperation and scale. They buried it deep in the earth, hoping the ground would somehow absorb its malevolence. Yet, days later, they found it back in the house, resting on Sarah's pillow, the image somehow even more vivid, more disturbing than before. The air around it crackled with unnatural energy, a low hum permeating the silence of the room, sending shivers down their spines. They tried to drown it, hoping the water would suffocate its power, but when they retrieved it from the riverbank, the photograph was merely damp, the image untouched, its malevolence seeming even more profound and tangible. The water itself had turned strangely still around where they had submerged it, the currents seemingly disturbed by the photograph's unsettling presence. They sought the advice of experts, showing the image to historians, art conservators, even paranormal investigators. Each expert, initially intrigued, was eventually driven to fear, overwhelmed by the inexplicable power radiating from the photograph. Their explanations ranged from ancient curses to psychological phenomena, but none could adequately explain its resilience or the increasingly disturbing events unfolding around them. The photograph defied logic, defying every attempt at explanation or destruction. The inability to destroy the photograph intensified their fear, fueling the entity's growing influence. The whispers intensified, morphing into guttural growls, a chorus of voices chanting in an incomprehensible tongue. The shadows that danced in the corners of their vision solidified, assuming grotesque forms that haunted their waking hours and tormented their dreams. The temperature fluctuations became more violent, swinging wildly between freezing cold and intense heat, causing the house to crack and groan under the strain. Objects moved inexplicably, propelled by unseen forces, and the walls pulsed with an internal light, illuminating grotesque scenes of unimaginable horror that shifted and changed before their very eyes. Their reality was fracturing, disintegrating under the weight of the entity's ever-increasing power. Emily's mental state deteriorated further. Her visions became so vivid, so overwhelmingly realistic, that she could barely distinguish them from reality. She spoke of colossal, monstrous beings, whose forms defied earthly comprehension, beings of pure nightmare, writhing and shifting in a grotesque parody of life. She'd scream incoherently, her words a jumbled mixture of ancient languages and horrifying descriptions. Her eyes burned with a feverish intensity, reflecting the hellish visions that consumed her. Her once vibrant personality faded, replaced by a hollow shell, haunted by an ancient evil. Mark's attempts to decipher the symbols on the back of the photograph grew increasingly desperate. The more he learned, the more he understood the immensity of the horror he had unleashed. The ancient text revealed horrifying rituals, sacrifices performed under the blood-red moon, and invocations of unimaginable power. The deeper he delved, the more the entity's influence seemed to tighten its grip, twisting his mind, warping his perceptions. His sanity was fraying at the edges, his sleep filled with terrifying visions of cosmic horror. Sarah's fear became a palpable entity, a suffocating blanket that smothered her spirit. The weight of the unfolding horror pressed down upon her, crushing her under its immense gravity. She began to see the entity in her reflection, a malevolent figure lurking just behind her own image, mirroring her every move, mocking her every fear. Her own mind, she began to fear, was betraying her, her thoughts being manipulated, her perceptions warped by the malevolent influence of the entity. The house, once a place of comfort and security, had become a living nightmare. Its very structure seemed to shift and contort, defying the laws of physics. Doors creaked open and slammed shut without cause, furniture moved on its own, and the walls pulsed with an unnatural energy, the air thick with the smell of decay and fear. The once familiar surroundings had become a maze of shadows and whispers, a testament to the encroaching darkness. Their desperation morphed into a desperate struggle for survival, a fight against an ancient and unimaginable evil. They tried to leave, to escape the horror that had consumed their home, but the entity, fueled by their fear and their failure to destroy the photograph, relentlessly pursued them. Every attempt to flee only brought them closer to the heart of the terrifying darkness. Their escape seemed impossible. The photograph, though gone, remained a constant, terrifying presence, a malevolent force that permeated every aspect of their lives, slowly eroding their sanity, drawing them closer to an unimaginable abyss. The horror was far from over. The fight, the terrifying struggle against a foe beyond human comprehension, had only just begun. Their screams were silent, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Their only hope was a flicker, a fragile ember in the face of utter, horrifying annihilation. The entity waited, patient, growing stronger with each passing moment of their desperate fear. Story 6: The Forgotten Cemetery. The rusted gates groaned like a dying beast as we pushed them open, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forgotten cemetery. A chill wind, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, swept through the overgrown grounds, rustling the skeletal branches of ancient oaks. Overhead, the moon, a malevolent eye in the inky sky, cast long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like phantoms. Each tombstone, shrouded in an almost palpable gloom, seemed to whisper secrets into the night. We were four: myself, Liam, the seasoned investigator, Maya, our tech expert, constantly fiddling with her array of recording equipment, Ben, the skeptical historian, armed with his flashlight and a healthy dose of doubt, and Chloe, our newest recruit, whose youthful enthusiasm was already being tempered by the palpable unease of the place. We were a team, bound by a shared fascination with the paranormal and a morbid curiosity that led us to this desolate, forgotten corner of the world. Liam, ever the pragmatist, had insisted on multiple cameras and audio recorders. A GoPro strapped to his head provided a shaky first-person perspective, capturing the frantic movements of his hands as he adjusted his equipment. Maya had set up a stationary camera on a tripod at the cemetery entrance, its infrared capabilities allowing us to pierce the darkness. Another camera, smaller and more discreet, was mounted on a remote-controlled drone, hovering silently above us, offering a bird's-eye view of the sprawling graveyard. Ben carried a handheld recorder, capturing ambient sounds and our whispered conversations, his skepticism barely masking his growing unease. Chloe, armed with a professional-grade video camera, meticulously documented every detail, her face reflecting a blend of excitement and apprehension. The atmosphere was thick with dread. The silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant howl of a dog, was more unsettling than any overt noise. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of something ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond the veil of our perception. Each step felt heavy, each shadow seemed to lengthen, each rustle of leaves sent a shiver down our spines. We began our exploration cautiously, moving slowly through the rows of decaying headstones. Many were illegible, their inscriptions eroded by time and weather, hinting at lives lost and forgotten. Some were more recent, their polished surfaces gleaming faintly in the moonlight, marking the final resting places of those who had died more recently. The names and dates etched into the cold stone felt cold and impersonal, yet each tombstone whispered stories of lives lived and ended, tales forever lost to the relentless march of time. As we ventured deeper into the cemetery, the feeling of being watched intensified. The shadows seemed to move more quickly, slithering across the ground like unseen creatures. The wind picked up, whipping through the trees, creating a ghostly chorus of whispers that seemed to carry messages from beyond the grave. Chloe's camera recorded everything, capturing the unsettling atmosphere, the ominous shadows, and the subtle shifts in the light. We discovered several graves that had been disturbed, the earth around them freshly turned. The headstones were toppled over, their surfaces scratched and defaced, as if someone had been searching for something, or perhaps someone, buried beneath the earth. Liam's GoPro captured the unsettling discovery, recording his gasps of surprise as the unsettling sight came into view. Then, we found it, a single, unassuming grave, marked only by a small, weathered headstone. The inscription was barely legible, eroded beyond recognition. Only a single, chilling word remained, "Hush." As we stood there, a wave of cold washed over us, a sudden drop in temperature that had nothing to do with the night air. The hair on the back of our necks stood on end. The silence, once oppressive, was now heavy, punctuated by an unnerving stillness. The drone's camera, hovering overhead, captured a strange shimmer in the air above the grave, a distortion in the moonlight, an anomaly that defied explanation. Maya's equipment began to malfunction. The stationary camera flickered and died, its infrared vision replaced by a static-filled screen. The drone, which had been maintaining a steady altitude, began to lose control, descending erratically before crashing silently into the tangled undergrowth. Ben's handheld recorder emitted a high-pitched whine, its audio hopelessly corrupted by a burst of static. Only Chloe's camera remained operational, its footage offering a clear, chilling testament to the rapid descent into chaos. We felt a presence, something ancient and malevolent, that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath our feet. It was a feeling of dread so intense, so overwhelming, that it physically pressed down on us. Chloe's steady hand shook slightly as she zoomed in on the seemingly empty grave, her lens capturing what appeared to be a slow pulsating in the ground itself. We backed away, our fear palpable, our breaths ragged, our senses overwhelmed by a growing feeling of dread. Liam's GoPro recorded his frantic whispering, his desperate attempts to calm himself and his colleagues. His hand trembled as he tried to regain his composure, and his heartbeat was deafening in the headset playback. The night continued, a descent into escalating terror. The sounds of unseen creatures skittering through the undergrowth, guttural growls that seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, and a chilling choir of whispers that echoed through the gnarled trees. The wind howled, creating a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm our senses. We finally fled the cemetery, stumbling through the darkness, our hearts pounding, our minds reeling from the experience. As we emerged from the gate and into the relative safety of the night, a palpable sense of relief washed over us. But the images, the sounds, the palpable sense of dread remained, etching themselves into our memories. The forgotten cemetery had released its secrets, but at what cost? The investigation was far from over, the true horror only beginning. The tapes, recordings, and digital files we had managed to retrieve would take months to analyze. However, each fragment offered a haunting glimpse into the terrifying mysteries of that night. The forgotten cemetery held its secrets tightly, and a small part of us was left behind, forever bound to the shadows within its gates. The hush resonated in our minds. The events of that night defied rational explanation. As we retreated from the immediate vicinity of the hushed grave, the unsettling occurrences escalated. The previously intermittent malfunctions of our equipment became constant, a symphony of digital chaos. Maya's sophisticated recording devices, usually so reliable, sputtered and died one by one. The high-pitched whine from Ben's recorder, initially a fleeting anomaly, morphed into a sustained, ear-piercing shriek that forced us to switch it off. Its internal memory, once brimming with data, was now corrupted, rendering its contents inaccessible. The drone's footage, before it crashed, showed strange energy fluctuations above the disturbed graves, shimmering, heat-like distortions in the moonlight that seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm. Chloe's camera, miraculously still functional, captured the entirety of this technological meltdown, a chilling testament to the escalating strangeness of the night. The atmospheric pressure shifted subtly, a noticeable change even to our untrained senses. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread that settled deep in our bones. It wasn't simply cold, it was a chilling pressure, an oppressive weight that seemed to constrict our breathing and slow our movements. The wind, which had initially been a whispering accomplice to the eerie ambience, now howled with an almost malevolent fury, whipping through the skeletal branches of the ancient oaks like a vengeful spirit. The rustling leaves transformed from a background hiss to a cacophony of whispers, seemingly carrying fragmented words, unintelligible yet laced with an unmistakable sense of threat. Liam, despite his training and experience, visibly struggled to maintain his composure. His GoPro footage showed him constantly adjusting his equipment, his hands trembling, his breathing shallow and ragged. His whispered asides, captured on the camera's audio, reflected a mounting terror. He muttered phrases like, "This isn't right," and "something's wrong," his voice laced with a fear that went beyond simple apprehension. He made several attempts to rationalize the events, faulty equipment, weather phenomena, mass hysteria, but his tone betrayed his growing belief in a far more sinister explanation. Chloe's camera recorded a series of unsettling visual anomalies. Flickering lights in the periphery of the frame, which initially seemed like the effects of low light conditions, intensified into fleeting, almost imperceptible movements in the corners of the frame. These were too rapid to be human, too subtle to be animals. Shadows seemed to writhe and contort, lengthening and shortening inexplicably, their movements defying the laws of physics. The distant howls of dogs morphed into guttural growls, their sound emanating from seemingly every direction at once, suggesting the creatures were both close and impossibly far away. It was a sonic assault that intensified our feelings of being encircled and preyed upon. Ben, despite his initial skepticism, was visibly shaken. His attempts at rational explanation were increasingly desperate and unconvincing. His own recorder's malfunction had silenced his attempts at logical counterpoints to Liam's increasing fear. He was reduced to muttering under his breath, his voice strained with a mixture of fear and disbelief. His flashlight beam occasionally caught glimpses of movement in the periphery, fleeting shapes that vanished before he could focus on them, leaving him more disoriented and afraid than ever before. His reactions, captured subtly by Chloe's camera, were a powerful counterpoint to Liam's more overt displays of fear. Maya, meanwhile, was engrossed in her attempts to repair her equipment. Her frustration was palpable as she wrestled with her increasingly unresponsive technology. The audio from Chloe's camera captured her muttered curses and frustrated sighs as she repeatedly tried to revive her cameras and recorders. Her frantic attempts served as an almost absurdly normal counterpoint to the chaotic events unfolding around her. The contrast between her technical focus and the increasingly horrific atmosphere served to heighten the feeling of dread. Her focused determination in the face of the unknown seemed almost defiant in its normalcy. As we stumbled back towards the cemetery gates, the intensity of the paranormal activity seemed to increase. The air vibrated with an unseen energy, a humming that resonated deep within our chests. Chloe's footage revealed a disconcerting pattern in the shadows. They didn't simply move, they seemed to flow, as if a dark, viscous fluid were being manipulated by unseen forces. The temperature plunged again, a sudden, dramatic shift that left us shivering in spite of our heavy clothing. It wasn't a gradual cooling. It felt as if the very air itself had turned hostile, deliberately seeking to chill us to the bone. The air seemed to crackle with static energy. We ran. There was no other choice. We didn't know what pursued us, but we felt the pressure, the unseen malevolence, hot on our heels. Liam's GoPro captured the desperate scramble, the frantic stumbling through the uneven ground, the gasps for breath, and the terrified screams stifled by the fear of drawing unwanted attention. His muttered prayers were a testament to the mounting terror in his voice, a desperation that transcended mere survival. The relief that washed over us as we finally emerged from the gates into the relative calm of the night was profound, but short-lived. The lingering aftershocks of the night's events were impossible to shake. The chilling imagery captured by Chloe's camera, the corrupted audio files, and the malfunctioning equipment were tangible reminders of the night's horrors. The silence of the night outside the cemetery held a different character than before. It was no longer the oppressive silence we had encountered within, but rather a deafening stillness that felt almost empty and disquieting in its absence of any other sounds. The analysis of the collected footage and audio recordings would consume months. But even the initial examination revealed patterns of unsettling coincidence, unexplained distortions in the footage, strange audio anomalies, and the repeated malfunctioning of multiple independent pieces of equipment. The hush grave remained a focal point of the investigation, an inexplicable source of terror that transcended simple superstition or environmental explanation. What we experienced that night remained a mystery, a chilling reminder of the existence of things beyond our understanding, beyond the realm of rational explanation. Our fear remained a constant companion, even within the walls of our homes, the echoes of the whispers and growls haunting our dreams and shaping our realities. The forgotten cemetery had truly forgotten nothing, and it had taken a piece of us along with its secrets. The oppressive silence of the night outside the cemetery gates was a stark contrast to the cacophony of terror we'd just escaped. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a rural setting. It was a vacuum, a void that seemed to amplify the echoes of our fear. Each rustle of leaves, each distant hoot of an owl, sent shivers down our spines, reminding us of the lurking unseen presence we'd just fled. Liam, his hands still trembling, checked his GoPro for the 100th time. The footage showed the final moments within the cemetery, the frantic retreat, the shadowy figures that seemed to writhe and flow in the darkness, the chilling distortion in the periphery of the frame. He replayed the section where the shadows seemed to coalesce, forming a fleeting, almost humanoid shape, before dissipating into the darkness. It was fleeting, barely perceptible, but the impression it left was indelible. Chloe's camera, stubbornly maintaining its functionality, had recorded something even more unsettling. In the background of her footage, amidst the frantic movements and panicked cries, there was a low, almost imperceptible humming. Initially dismissed as wind noise, closer analysis revealed it to be a sustained, resonant frequency that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. It vibrated through the camera's microphone, creating a faint distortion that wasn't present in any other recordings. This subtle anomaly was a chilling undercurrent to the visible chaos, a hidden menace lurking beneath the surface of the apparent pandemonium. As we walked, the humming seemed to intensify, its frequency shifting subtly, as if responding to our proximity to the cemetery. The air crackled with an unnerving energy, a tangible sensation that prickled our skin and sent shivers down our spines. Ben, despite his earlier skepticism, was now openly terrified. His eyes darted nervously, his flashlight beam constantly scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. He whispered about the possibility of an electromagnetic anomaly, but his voice was shaky, betraying the tremor in his own hands. His explanations lacked their usual conviction. Maya, ever the pragmatist, was attempting to salvage her equipment. She muttered to herself, her fingers flying across the complex controls of her devices. But even her usual calm and collected demeanor was fractured, replaced with a subdued tension that spoke volumes. Her frustration was palpable, but she remained steadfast in her determination to document everything, to capture the evidence of the night's events. Her tenacity seemed to fight against the overwhelming sense of dread seeping from the very soil we walked on. Then it happened. A sudden gust of wind, far stronger than any we had experienced earlier, swept through us, carrying with it a wave of icy cold that was almost unbearable. The humming intensified, becoming a deep, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate within our very bones. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical force, a pressure that pressed against our chests, making it difficult to breathe. We stopped, frozen in place, our hearts pounding in unison. In Chloe's footage, a dark shape materialized in the periphery of the frame. It wasn't a simple shadow, it was a swirling mass of darkness, a sentient entity that seemed to writhe and pulse with an unnatural energy. It moved with impossible speed, its form shifting and changing constantly, defying any attempt at description. It felt larger than life, an almost cosmic presence, pressing its weight upon us with the force of the universe. Liam screamed, his voice barely audible above the drone. He stumbled backward, dropping his GoPro. His footage showed the dark entity coalescing into a more defined form, tall, gaunt, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to stretch and contract like shadows. Its surface seemed to shift and shimmer, like oil on water, constantly changing, never still. Its eyes, when they finally appeared, were not eyes at all, but glowing orbs of pure malevolence. Ben cried out, his voice raw with terror. He aimed his flashlight directly at the entity, but the beam seemed to pass right through it, as if it weren't composed of solid matter. His light illuminated only a void, a black hole of nothingness. The entity moved, gliding rather than walking, its speed defying all logical explanation. It seemed to anticipate our movements, as if it knew our thoughts, our fears. It loomed over us, its presence a crushing weight that threatened to suffocate us. Maya, her face pale with fear, scrambled for her remaining cameras. She recorded the entity's slow, deliberate approach, its movements hypnotic and unsettling. The close-up revealed intricate details, a surface that rippled like disturbed water, textures that constantly shifted and changed, and the chilling, empty gaze of its luminous eyes. The entity reached out a long, thin arm, its hand a skeletal claw. It stretched towards us, as if to grasp, to pull us into the darkness. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. The humming stopped, the oppressive pressure lifted, and the icy wind died away. The silence returned, even more profound and chilling than before. We stood there, paralyzed with fear, our breathing ragged, our bodies trembling. The only sound was the pounding of our own hearts, a deafening rhythm in the sudden stillness. The remnants of the night's events, the corrupted recordings, the malfunctioning devices, and the memory of that indescribable horror became indelible markers, a permanent scar etched into our minds. The subsequent analysis of the footage, undertaken with trembling hands and heavy hearts, revealed even more disturbing anomalies. Images within Chloe's footage were subtly altered, as if the entity had reached out and manipulated the reality itself caught on camera. Parts of Maya's recordings were scrambled beyond repair, while others contained faint audio frequencies that matched the drone, far outside the range of human hearing, suggesting a manipulation of the audio frequencies themselves. The hushed grave remained a mystery, a point of unexplainable energy. But the entity we encountered that night transcended all rational explanation, a creature of pure darkness, a manifestation of fear itself. The forgotten cemetery had forgotten nothing, and it had taken a deeper piece of us with it. It had stolen something far more insidious than a mere memory. It had stolen our innocence. The silence of the following days was heavy with the unspoken dread of the unknown. We were changed, irrevocably marked by the horror we had witnessed, forever haunted by the whispers and growls, the chilling image of that entity, forever lurking in the darkness. We carried its gaze, its silence, its menace, forever etched into our souls. The last broadcast of our sanity was over. The gate, a wrought iron monstrosity twisted and decaying like a skeletal hand, seemed to mock our attempts at escape. We stumbled through it, the metallic screech a discordant symphony to the pounding of our hearts. The relief of leaving the immediate vicinity of the hushed grave was short-lived. The humming, that infernal drone, followed us, clinging to our heels like a malevolent shadow. It vibrated in the ground beneath our feet, resonating through our bones, a constant, chilling reminder of the horror we had just experienced. Liam, still reeling from the encounter, tripped over a gnarled root, his body slamming against the hard earth. His GoPro lay abandoned, its lens cracked, the footage likely corrupted beyond repair. He scrambled to his feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with terror. The entity, whatever it was, hadn't pursued us directly within the cemetery walls, but its presence remained, an oppressive weight on the air, a chilling undercurrent to the night. Chloe, her face ashen, clutched her camera, its lens still recording. The humming was louder now, almost deafening. It pulsed in tempo with the erratic pounding of our hearts. She kept her camera focused on the path ahead, attempting to capture any movement, any indication of our unseen pursuer. The darkness ahead seemed to ripple, as if breathing, and her shaky footage reflected that unnerving movement. She whispered prayers under her breath, a stark contrast to her usual scientific approach. Ben, despite his earlier attempts at rationalization, was a bundle of nerves. His flashlight beam danced nervously, illuminating fleeting shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the periphery of our vision. He muttered incessantly about electromagnetic fields and psychoacoustic phenomena, but his words lacked conviction, drowned out by the escalating terror. Maya, the most technically proficient among us, was frantically attempting to salvage her data. Her fingers blurred across the touch screens of her devices, but the interference was relentless. The humming seemed to scramble her recordings, corrupting the data, making even her highly sophisticated equipment falter. She swore under her breath, her usually precise movements now frantic and clumsy. Her calm facade had completely shattered, replaced by a fierce determination to document this nightmare, even as it was actively trying to erase the evidence. The trees themselves seemed to conspire against us. Their gnarled branches reached out like skeletal fingers, their shadows stretching and contorting, mimicking the movements of the entity we'd witnessed. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, amplified the sense of dread. The forest floor was uneven, treacherous, slowing our progress and making us vulnerable. The escape wasn't a sprint, but a frantic, stumbling crawl, a desperate struggle against the pervasive darkness and our own paralyzing fear. We were running blind, propelled by instinct and adrenaline. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light, it was a palpable thing, a living entity that seemed to reach out, to enshroud us, to suffocate us with its chilling presence. It pressed against us, an invisible weight, hindering our movements, making every breath a laborious task. Then, a low growl rumbled through the undergrowth. It wasn't animalistic, it was something other. Something ancient, something malevolent. The humming intensified, morphing into a cacophony of dissonant frequencies that assaulted our senses, threatening to shatter our sanity. We stumbled, our movements becoming clumsy and uncoordinated as the drone intensified. Chloe's camera captured a fleeting glimpse of movement in the darkness ahead, a shape, dark and indistinct, moving with unnatural speed and grace. It was too quick to be fully resolved in the low-light conditions, but the impression it left, a feeling of cold dread and impending doom, was unmistakable. It felt like it was toying with us, guiding us, or rather, misleading us into its trap. Ben shrieked and dropped his flashlight, the beam dying, plunging us into a deeper, more terrifying darkness. The beam had momentarily illuminated a vast, gaunt figure, its features obscured by darkness, its form shifting and distorted, like a figure seen through a heat haze. The image was gone as fast as it had appeared, but the chilling memory lingered. Liam, in a desperate attempt to maintain some visibility, lit a flare. The sudden burst of light temporarily illuminated the area, revealing the landscape in sharp, stark relief, revealing deep ravines, and the twisted, decaying trees, their branches snaking like skeletal fingers. But the light also revealed the true extent of our pursuit. The entity was closer than we thought, a monstrous figure barely discernible against the darkness, its movements too swift to capture on camera. The flare burned out quickly, plunging us back into darkness. The humming seemed to intensify with our dwindling light, a chilling counterpoint to the pounding of our hearts. The entity moved closer, its presence a suffocating wave of cold that seemed to freeze our blood. We could feel its gaze, a malevolent presence that felt invasive, violating our very being. In a moment of sheer panic, we stumbled and fell, landing in a shallow ditch. We lay there, gasping for breath, hearts pounding, surrounded by the darkness and the incessant humming. We were trapped, cornered, with only the echoing silence and our own mounting terror for company. The relentless humming vibrated through the earth, through us, as if a vast, malevolent consciousness was trying to merge with our own. The ground itself felt hostile and alien. The night pressed down on us, heavy with the weight of the unknown. The fear, raw and visceral, was almost unbearable. We lay huddled together, the cold earth a poor substitute for human comfort. We were prisoners of the night, surrounded by an unseen presence, its menace palpable, and the escape, if possible, now seems farther away than ever. The feeling of helplessness washed over us as the relentless humming continued, as if the night itself held its breath in anticipation of our demise. The forgotten cemetery was far behind us, but the forgotten horror remained, clinging to us, part of us now, forever. The escape had not begun, not yet. The humming intensified, a nauseating crescendo that threatened to tear our eardrums. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical force, a vibration that resonated deep within our bones, a primal tremor that shook us to our core. The darkness, once a mere absence of light, had become a sentient entity, pressing in on us, suffocating us with its oppressive weight. We were trapped, not just in a ditch, but in a suffocating cage of fear and despair. Liam, ever the pragmatist, attempted to speak, his voice barely a whisper against the oppressive drone. We need to get out of here," he gasped, his words swallowed by the relentless humming. His attempted reasoned response was swallowed by a wave of despair. The hope that had propelled us through the night was rapidly evaporating, replaced by a chilling sense of resignation. Chloe's camera, miraculously still functioning, captured the frantic movements of our hands as we groped blindly in the darkness, our fingers brushing against cold, damp earth and the rough bark of unseen trees. The footage, though shaky and distorted, would serve as a grim testament to our final moments. The faint light of the camera sensor revealed nothing except the sheer terror in our eyes. Maya, her face streaked with dirt and tears, attempted to use her phone, its screen flickering erratically, its signal lost in the oppressive interference. She muttered about signal jamming, about the possibility of a targeted disruption, but her words lacked conviction, her voice cracking with fear. Her sophisticated equipment, usually her lifeline, had become useless, a mockery of her scientific endeavors. Ben, his earlier attempts at rationalization abandoned, had retreated into a silent, terrified huddle. His eyes darted nervously, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement, any clue to our predicament, but all he saw was the swirling black abyss that had become our prison. He trembled uncontrollably, his body racked with silent sobs. His scientific explanations felt hollow, pathetic in the face of this primal horror. The humming intensified, morphing into a cacophony of dissonant sounds, a symphony of dread that seemed designed to shatter our sanity. It felt as though the very air itself was vibrating, as if the fabric of reality itself was unraveling around us. We pressed closer together, seeking comfort in shared fear, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. The hope of escape had died, and the shadow of despair started to engulf the space between our huddled forms. The ground beneath us seemed to shift, a subtle tremor that sent a fresh wave of icy fear through us. The humming intensified further, pulsating with a rhythm that mirrored our own beating hearts, as if the entity was synchronizing with our fear, drawing strength from our despair. We felt a strange magnetism emanating from the ground, pulling us downwards. A silent, invisible gravity, stronger than the pull of the earth, started to weigh upon us. Then, a silence. Not a peaceful silence, but a silence so profound, so absolute, that it was more terrifying than the relentless humming. It was a silence that hung heavy in the air, a silence that spoke volumes of impending doom. The absence of the hum was far more ominous than its presence. The world was holding its breath, and we could feel the impending disaster in the air. A low growl, barely audible, broke the silence, resonating from the darkness beyond our reach. It wasn't a growl from an animal, but something ancient, something impossibly large, something devoid of any humanity or any remorse. The sound evoked primordial fear, a sound that resonated with the oldest fears in our genetics, a sound devoid of any mercy. It sent shivers down our spines. The sound was followed by the rustling of leaves and snapping of twigs, sounds amplified and distorted by the strange acoustics of our subterranean prison. We felt eyes on us, cold and malevolent, piercing the darkness and seeing directly into our souls. It was a gaze that stripped away our pretense of bravery, exposing our raw and untamed fear. Slowly, inexorably, a shape began to emerge from the darkness. It was too indistinct to be described, too fluid to be captured by the camera lenses. It was as if the darkness itself had taken form, moving with unnatural grace and speed. Our desperate attempts to capture its image were futile. The darkness was too profound, and the entity too fast. The entity drew nearer, its presence a palpable wave of cold that froze the very air around us. It was close, unbearably close. Its aura was a chilling miasma of dread, of despair, of absolute annihilation. It felt as though it was merging with us, assimilating our fear into its very being. We could feel its icy touch, its presence seeping into our minds, into our very souls, its malice overwhelming. Our screams were swallowed by the night, absorbed by the humming, the growl, the oppressive silence. Our struggle was pointless, our resistance futile. Our fear had reached its zenith. The last recording on Chloe's camera abruptly ends. The footage flickers, the audio becomes static, and then, nothing. The rest is silence. There is no trace of the team, no evidence of their escape, no record of their fate. Only the chilling remnants of their final moments, captured in fragmented, corrupted data, remain. The camera itself was never recovered. It, along with its victims, vanished without a trace, swallowed by the darkness. The haunting footage serves as an ominous warning, a testament to the unforgiving power of the unknown, and the terror that lurks in the forgotten corners of the world. The unanswered questions, The mystery surrounding their disappearance only add to the chilling atmosphere, leaving the reader to confront the terrifying implications of the unresolved ending. The experience they endured became a testament to the horrifying realities of certain encounters with the unknown that leave no room for human interference and where escape is simply a futile dream. The forgotten cemetery was forgotten, but its inhabitants were not, nor was the chilling memory of the night. The finality is what stays with you. The unspoken questions echo. The unseen remains. The silence speaks volumes.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?